Citizens Redistricting Commission's business meeting. I hope you had a wonderful Thanksgiving and happy Hanukkah. My name is Pedro Toledo, and I will serve as your chair for the next series of meetings. With that, Ravi, please take roll.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Turner? Commissioner Vasquez?
Here.
Commissioner Yee?
Here.
Commissioner Ahmad?
Here.
Commissioner Akutagawa?
Here.
Commissioner Anderson?
Here.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Presente.
Commissioner Forashari?
Here.
Commissioner Kennedy?
Here.
Commissioner Lamons?
Here.
Commissioner Sadwani?
Here.
Commissioner Sanai?
Here.
Commissioner Taylor? Commissioner Toledo?
Here.
You have a quorum, Chair.
Thank you. We will start with director's reports and then be moving on into closed session and then coming back out of closed session to discuss some of the other agenda items. So with that, let's start with director's report. Director Hernandez.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have a whole lot to report today. I did want to share with you that we have received a number of paper COI submissions from the incarcerated population, the California incarcerated population. I believe we're over 1,000 that have come in, and so they are posted on our website, and so you'll be able to find them. If I'll provide you some additional information. I don't recall the exact. I think they're under letters received, so they're actual letters that have been received. We have staff that are scanning them in and making sure that they are added into the database. We have received some additional transcripts that have just been posted today. So we have that going. And that's really all, unless there are any specific questions that you may have. Thank you.
Any questions of Director Hernandez? Saying none, let's move on to communications report. Director Ceja.
Thank you, Chair. Hello, Commissioners. Want to give you a high-level communications report today so that we can get on to the meatier, more substantial issues today. We will be working on the December 2021 newsletter. I believe this will be our final newsletter, so we will make sure that we put substantial updates to go out this week. We're at 20,336 inputs on the data page on our website. Our ethnic media vendor held roundtables with Black press statewide, Spanish press in San Mateo and Redwood City, and Arab American and Vietnamese American press in Orange County. So I'll send those reports when I get them. Our social media vendor started targeting ads to counties to solicit public input in response to our draft maps. So those are starting this week. And wanted to also throw out the idea of having a press conference the day that we certify the maps at the end of December. Hopefully at the Capitol steps. I will follow up with the chair for that meeting to see if we can coordinate that. I did upload transcripts today for the May 18th, 2021 meeting, the June 9th, 2021 meeting, June 28th, 2021, August 4th, 2021, and August 30th, 2021 meetings. So those are on the website. And as far as interviews from our last business meeting, we talked to Cal Matters, LA Times, KTVU TV, KFBK, San Francisco Chronicle, Radio Bilingüe, KCRA3 here in Sacramento, LA Times, Fresno Bee, Kion News 546, and then Southern California Public Radio. And we got to request this morning from New York Times and from Bloomberg News, so we'll get those taken care of today. As far as media mentions, this month, or this week actually, there were 161 stories mentioning the CRC, the commission, and 414 stories on California redistricting. So it's still a hot issue and it's still out in the press. And hopefully these next few weeks it'll increase even more. As far as our website contacts, are concerned, we have 20,202 contacts in the database. Those numbers continue to increase. We've had 300,000 views of our website and 184,000 visits to the homepage alone. That has only been within the past week, so folks are logging on, clicking through our website as well. We had 3 e-blasts that we sent out. One regarding a public input reminder that got an open rate of 24%. But then our November 17th through the 20th meetings got a 32% open rate. And the November 22nd to the 23rd meetings reminder got another 32% open rate. So folks, like I said, are dialing in and listening to what we're putting out. The social media report is posted. Just want to highlight that we are at 2,580 followers on Twitter, and we finally hit the 100 mark on YouTube subscribers. So our numbers are increasing, and that's a good thing. And that's all I have for today.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for Director Ceja? Saying none, we'll move on to our Outreach Director's report. Ms. Kaplan.
Hi, good morning, Commissioners, or good afternoon. I'm going to be posting a report shortly, but I just wanted to give some recap of the public input meetings that were held on the draft map feedback. So there were 6 days of meetings where the Commission heard from 720 members of the public. Of those, 350 of those were individuals with appointments, and 370 were the total without appointments. So there was a good chunk of no-shows through that total. So the 350 total with appointments was not all of the appointments that were made available. And just wanted to highlight that there were 4 speakers in Spanish that provided input. And of the reports we've retained so far on the listening lines, there were 6 callers who had listened in for those meetings. I also just want to highlight that as the Commission discusses further the plans for the remaining weeks we have in December, I'll be working with the outreach staff on how we're going to be ensuring that the public is clear on the plan going forward in December, as well as staff support through this process. So just to also provide a recap on the input meeting, staff supported with note-taking, and so the notes for the public comment from those meetings are in the Airtable database also right now, and we'll continue to be providing that support for public input that's provided by callers through this process. And then just to highlight what Alvaro had mentioned for the COI paper form, those are labeled as paper form in the database right now. And staff are also continuing to provide redistricting presentations, and that'll be posted in the report also. That was it.
Thank you, Director Kaplan. Any questions for Director Kaplan? Saying none, we'll move on to Chief Counsel Payne.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Commission. I actually don't have any updates right now in the legal realm, but happy to entertain, answer any questions you may have.
Any questions for Chief Counsel Payne? Commissioner Sinai?
When you have a chance, can we meet in person the new lawyer? I'm forgetting what his title is. Just because he's been in our meetings, but we haven't met him yet, and it would be nice for him and for us.
Sure, I
Thanks.
will definitely arrange that. Thank you.
Any other questions? Saying none, and since we went through our director's report quite efficiently and effectively, I hope the rest of our meeting is as quick as this. But we'll move into closed session to discuss litigation matters. And before that, we will take public comment, and after that, we will go into closed session to discuss litigation concerns. Katie?
I can help you with that, Chair.
Oh, thank you, Christian.
In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the Commission will be taking public comment by phone. To call in, dial the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. It is 877-853-5247. When prompted, enter the meeting ID number provided on the live stream feed. It is 839-6109-6845 for today's meeting. When prompted to enter a participant ID, simply press the pound. Once you've dialed in, you'll be placed in a queue. To indicate that you wish to comment, please press *9. This will raise your hand for the moderator. When it's your turn to speak, you'll hear a message that says the host would like you to speak. Press *6 to speak. If you'd like to give your name, please state and spell it for the record. You are not required to provide your name to give public comment. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. Once you're waiting in the queue, be alert for when it is your turn to speak. And again, please turn down the live stream volume. And we do have some raised hands. Just a moment.
Thank you.
Up first, we'll have caller 2448, and after that will be caller 8117. And Chair, would you like us to enforce a 2-minute time limit?
Yes, 2 minutes is fine. And issues should be pertaining to the items at hand.
Understood.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, caller 2448, please follow the prompts to unmute. Go ahead, the floor is yours.
My name is Peter Cannon, C-A-N-N-O-N. I've called in several times before. Now that you are in the final phase of your duties, this may be the last time you hear from me about the Commission's work. During the last year, I sincerely appreciated you listening to my thoughts and concerns. Today, I want to draw your attention to one of the essay questions you answered when you first applied to be on the Commission. The question reads, please explain what it means to be impartial and describe your ability to exercise impartiality. Provide examples of times when you had to set aside your personal views in order to achieve a common goal. I am calling to humbly request that the Commissioners take the time to reflect on your answers to this question before you start your last month of line drawing. Lines must comply with the law, but the law isn't going to tell you how to prioritize between communities. The hardest place to maintain impartiality will be in the places each of you live. This will be a unique challenge, particularly when there is strong community of interest testimony from your own community. As an example of this challenge, are you willing to tell your friends and neighbors, as a resident, I absolutely agree with you, but taking care of our community would have caused worse outcomes for others. So I had to set aside my personal view to achieve the common goal. If you are not to be parochial, partial, local representatives, but 14 California state commissioners, you must be blind to and you must put aside any personal local interest. Take a moment to remember how you answered the question about impartiality on your application when you asked to do this tough, difficult, and challenging job. It was an act of faith by the people of California to entrust you to look inwards and act as a commissioner for the entire state. Please affirm your ability to make the difficult choices that come with being.
Thank you. And next up, we've got caller 8817. Please follow the prompts to unmute. Caller, oh, go ahead.
Hello?
Hello, we hear you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Chris Gates. I've been a resident of OC for around 15 years, and I'm calling today urging you to all please remove Irvine from its current placement in the district. Irvine does not have anything in common with the beach cities it currently is inhabiting a district with, and it is significant importance that one. Irvine been kept the whole and two. Irvine does not belong in a coastal district. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And again, the commission is taking public comment on agenda item number 4. Number 2, director's reports. If you have a comment on that agenda item, please press star 9. Again, one more time, we are taking public comment on agenda item number 2, director's reports. If you have public comment on that agenda item, please press star 9. We have caller 5420. Please follow the prompts. Again, that's caller 5420. You can now unmute by pressing star 6, please.
Is this feedback for the visualization maps?
No, it is not. This is for agenda item 2, director's reports. Do you have a comment on that?
No, we're calling for feedback on visualization.
Okay.
We will have general public comment at the end of the meeting.
And that is all our hands for that item, Chair.
Thank you. So with that, let's go to closed session. And then just a reminder to the public that we will be accepting general public comment at the end of the meeting, where we will accept a comment on any and all items. Thank you. We will recess to a closed session. Welcome back to the California Citizens Redistricting Commission's business meeting. We just came back from closed session under the pending litigation exception and no action was taken. We will be continuing on with item number 3, which is committee and subcommittee updates. We'll start with government affairs, Sadwani and Toledo. Ms. Sadwani, Commissioner Sadwani, any update? I think she's frozen with her eyes wide open. So I'll take it. There is no update, no substantive update at this point. So we'll move on to finance and administration.
Yeah, no updates.
Commissioner Fernandez and Fornashari.
Yeah, no updates.
Okay, with no updates for finance and administration, we'll move on to Gantt chart.
Nothing to report, Chair.
Thank you. Next, we'll move on to outreach and engagement. Commissioner Sinai and Fornashari.
Nothing to report at this point.
Excellent. Materials development, Fernandez and Kennedy.
We have made some progress towards a draft of the report to accompany the maps. We have discussed with the legal team what their role is in this process, and given the workload that we as commissioners have, are exploring the option of having the lawyers do some of the editing. The subcommittee will retain ultimate control over what is presented to the full commission as a draft, and we are hopeful that we can have a draft to the full commission next week.
Thank you very much.
And then I have just a little bit more.
Of
It's a
course.
tag team effort here.
Of course, Commissioner Fernandez.
There is a section in the report at section 3, I believe, and what that is a brief description of every district that we draw. And at this point, we are hoping that our outreach director will be able to, her and her staff will be able to draft that language for us. They've been doing a wonderful job of tracking all of our comments and all of our directions. So if they can also work with the line drawers in terms of some of the specific city information. So we're hoping that they can draft us with that piece. So that would be for all of the Assembly, the Senate, Congressional, and Board of Equalization districts. Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, we'll move on to website committee, Kennedy and Taylor.
Nothing specific to report. I would like to remind staff that we have strongly suggested that items that are posted on the website, and particularly handouts and similar items, be tagged with date and time. We're getting down to a point where not only is there a lot of interest in what we are posting on the website, but we have seen occasions where documents have been replaced with newer versions, and yet it's very difficult for people to see at a glance what is the latest version or when something was posted. So I would reiterate to staff that it would be very helpful to have date and time posted on documents that are going up on the website. Thank you.
Thank you. Data management, Commissioners Ahmed and Turner.
Thank you, Chair. We have Tony on. Yes, Tony is here on the call to give us a walkthrough. So I'll turn it over to Tony.
Excellent.
Thank you, Commissioners. I wanted to jump on the call to give a quick tutorial of the district draft map viewer that we have on the website, and to also introduce a new feature that we have added today. I'm going to share my screen so everyone can follow along. And I'll also show where we have a tutorial posted already, so that everyone can reference that after this call. So if you open up the CRC webpage on the homepage, you'll have to go to the Data tab in the top right corner to navigate to the District Draft Map Viewer. You'll see Map Viewer in the drop down here. This is a widget that essentially lets you interact with the different draft maps and also compare them to the current day districts. Some of you may be familiar with this already, but I'll go over a number of the features that we have here. The very first one is just zooming in and out on the map. I just wanted to show that as you zoom in, the detail of the map changes. So you can actually, zoom in pretty far into a city or town and see street level detail. You can see here, if I go really far in, the names of all the streets and the highways start to appear. You'll also see things like mountains and rivers outlined. You can go back to the default view either by zooming out over here or by clicking on this little home button. And this will take you back to the default view that we started with. Off the bat, the draft maps for the assembly districts are loaded into the widget. But this is something you can change. And this is where you'll want to navigate to this draft map layer feature over here. You can kind of toggle it on and off by clicking this button. So I can actually turn off the assembly districts and maybe turn on the congressional district draft map. I can maybe zoom in so that I see the county level detail. I can also turn on the current day lines and they'll show up in a slightly different color. So you see here the congressional districts are in this grayish brown color and the current day are in this reddish pink color. And you can turn on and off as many of these maps as you want. They each show a label for the district shown. So sometimes it can get a little crowded. And this is where you might want to actually turn off some of these labels. So, if I zoom in here, maybe I actually want to turn off the labels for the current day districts. I can click on these 3 little dots next to the map name. And here there'll be the option to hide the labels. So the lines will still be there, but the labels for the current day congressional districts just went away. Something else you can do is actually change the transparency. And so, maybe I find this kind of too obtrusive, and so I can set the transparency of the current day lines to 50 so that they're just slightly shown. And this way you can interact with more of the maps at the same time. Something else that you can do with the map viewer is actually see some metadata on each one of the proposed districts. So if I double click on the district itself, oops, got zoomed in a little bit, a little pop-up will come up. And this will show some information and population statistics about that area. So I can click on the different districts and see this information here. That's only available for the the draft maps themselves, not the current day districts. So this is for the Senate districts, we have some metadata available and so on. Something else you can toggle on and off are, these the county level layer. And this is, again, just to make it easier to interact with more than one map without having everything seem really cluttered. You can also turn on and off the incorporated places and CDPs. And again, it's just to kind of declutter the screen. The map itself has a certain level of detail that will appear as you zoom in and out that you can't change, but you will be able to declutter some of the county level and CDP lines. It also has an address search bar, and this just makes it easier to go to a specific location. Maybe you want to go to West Hollywood in LA. You can type it out as you would in Google Maps or elsewhere, and it takes you to that location. It just makes navigation a little bit easier. The new feature that we added is actually on this button in the top right corner next to the layers button. And this is really exciting. It's just a really easy way to view shape files that you have on hand. And it essentially lets you see those shape files with the district maps in the background so that you can look at how the lines interact with the shape file you're interested in. It's a drag and drop feature. So if you have any shape files on hand, you essentially drag them into this and the polygon will appear on the map. I'll go over an example of how you might use this with the data we currently have up on the CRC webpage. So if you navigate to the data tab on the web page again and go to data in the drop down, you'll find all of the submissions that we have received in this table. And here we have a column that has shape files if they're available or if someone has submitted them. I'm going to actually filter to, oh, something happened. Okay. I'm actually going to filter to all of the records where that column is not empty. And you can do this in this filter feature here. So I've set shapefile to is not empty, just so I can find what I'm looking for more easily. I think my internet might be a little bit slow today, which is why I'm receiving that. Hopefully it won't cause anything to pause. So now I see all of the records that have shapefiles available. And if I scroll to the right to that column shapefile, I can actually double click on these links to download the GIS file. So if I might be browsing here and maybe I have a number of records that I'd like to see the polygon in more detail. I can double click here and it'll download the shapefile. I'll download a couple of them. And I'll be able to find the files in my downloads folder. So now if I navigate back to the map viewer with, say, 5 shapefiles that I really want to look at more in detail from our records, I can click on this button, add data, and I can go to the downloads folder. And I can actually just drop these zip files in here, and the polygon of the shapefile will appear. And it's super quick and easy, which is what makes it so awesome. There's often really no loading time, and it actually, draws the polygon on top of the base map, so you can see where the boundaries are. pretty in detail. And if you zoom in, you'll also be able to see that street level detail like you did before. Maybe I'll add the last one in. Sometimes if the shapefile is a little bit larger, it'll take more time. Though this one looks fairly small. So now if I zoom all the way out by clicking on this default button again, I'll actually be able to see the 3 shapefiles highlighted that I just added. I can also check what I've uploaded into the map by clicking on this layer button in the bottom right of the widget. So I've added these 3 files, and I can actually remove one if I don't want it. Maybe I'll re-add it though. Let's see. That's the big one. You can see here it's loading the file. Taking some time. While it's doing that, I want to show you where these appear in this layer view. So if you go back to the layer button, we were here and now we clicked this. You'll actually see all of the files that you uploaded appear, and you can toggle them on and off. And you can also change the draft map that you have shown in the base layer. So let's say I'm interested in looking at this one. And maybe I want to see how it interacts with the Senate district's draft map. I can zoom in. Oh no. Oops. Sorry about that. Something errored out when I tried to reload that initial shapefile. That may be my internet connection as well. So I'll try again later, but for now I'll just continue the tutorial. So this is the second shapefile that I have here that I've uploaded, and I can actually zoom in and see where the Senate district draft map lines fall in relation to it. This is where that transparency feature comes in hand. Because it's filled in with this deep color. You might want to make it a little bit more opaque so that you can actually see what's underneath it and the lines that cross it. You can also always, again, zoom into the street level, and this is where the transparency feature comes in handy too. Yeah, thank you for listening. That was the end of the tutorial. I know that was quite a bit of information with the new feature added in, so I'm happy to answer any questions now or later over email. Feel free to reach out with anything that might be on mind. There's a tutorial on how to use the district draft map viewer posted above the widget. And later today or tomorrow, there'll be a second tutorial going over this new feature in detail. And it'll essentially be a video describing what I just shared.
Thank you, Tony. That was that's great. It's nice to see the additional features. And thank you for the presentation and the tutorial.
And right before we go to questions, still from data.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Commissioner Turner.
So we're working on Tony and her game, because this is absolutely amazing. And she always delivers so matter-of-factly, but this is, her and her team have done just an amazing job. And the hope, and hopefully you've picked it up from the presentation that she did, is that for all of our shape files that we've received from all of California, anyone that submitted a shape file, if we're wondering how it compares specifically without knowing an area, knowing a street, we can take the shape file just like she's has indicated and overlay it onto our current maps, onto our draft maps, et cetera, and see just where the variances are and the differences. And so, and we can do that as many times as we'd like as individuals. So just was really excited about the team and what they were able to bring forth. And so, yeah, I just wanted a little bit more excitement with this because this tool is powerful. And we're, Commissioner Easter and myself and Alvaro, we're really excited about what has been created. So I just wanted to add that in as well. Tony, you're funny.
Thank you for the excitement. And with that, we'll move on to Commissioner Sinai.
Tony, this is awesome. This whole map is really awesome. I know I have the same issue you do where you have to just say wait a couple of times, but that just means there's just a ton of data in there. And I've kind of moved away from using the PDFs to using just the map. And it's been amazing. But I have a quick question. When you have the PDFs and you have the map, the names are different from the PDFs that we have online and the map. And in some instance, like in congressional, I sent it to Director Hernandez, and I think I sent it to you as well. Like the ECA district was congressional district was different in this map and the PDF. And I started really freaking myself out in the middle of the evening trying to figure out which one was the right one. But I'm guessing that the most current of anything we're working on, we can find it on this map, on the online map versus the PDFs. That's where we, the commissioners, as well as the public, should be going to see where our thinking is at that moment in time.
Yes, yeah, the most current version of the map should always be, it will always be in the district draft map viewer. I will look into why the PDF name might differ from what is in here. I'm wondering if that has something to do with their data processing or maybe Paul, sometimes he creates names that are more interpretable for the public, so that may be part of the reason why. I also thank you so much, Commissioner Turner and Sinai for the enthusiasm. I know it can be pretty matter of fact. I also want to quickly shout out Paul, our data analyst. He's not on the call right now, but he really is the mastermind behind all of this. I communicated an idea that Commissioner Turner had to him, and he pretty much created this in one afternoon. So it's pretty amazing what he can do with the program. And this, yeah, this will be the most up to date, and I will check in about why exactly those names differ.
And this particular tool, Tony, remind me or correct me if not correct, is just for shape files though, right? So you're not able to download PDFs. I mean, I know the name variance is something that you'll look into, but just wanting to again say for commissioners, this is only for shape files.
Yes, this is only for shape files, those GIS files, and there is a limit to the number of polygons you can upload. It's very high. It's something like 500 or 1,000. But if by chance you get an error sometimes when you're uploading something, it may be that an organization has submitted a statewide shape file that has a lot of little polygons. I mean, in that case, just email and I can work with Paul to get that visualized.
Thank you. Any other questions for Tony while we have her? Saying none, we'll move on. Thank you so much, Tony. I will move on to Committees of Interest tool. Commissioners Akutagawa and Kennedy.
Nothing to report.
Thank you. Next, we'll move on to discuss the subcommittee on incarcerated populations, federal facilities, Kennedy and Turner.
Nothing significant to report at this point, Chair.
Thank you. We'll move on to the Lessons Learned Committee. Ahmed and Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Ahmed and I are discussing our next steps for the lessons learned process. We are looking at the possibility of organizing an event in January that would be probably sometime second half of January for a week or more. I am starting to look at possible venues for that. We will have more for you at the next business meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see. Next, we'll move on to cybersecurity for Nashari and Taylor.
Nothing of significance to report.
Thank you. Next, we'll move on to Legal Affairs Committee.
Nothing to report. I don't know if our chief counsel wanted to update us on contracting.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Yee. Nothing exactly to report on that. We are trying to close one final litigation contract issue with Gibson and Dunn. We are moving forward. We are getting closer. We are not there yet, but we will get there.
Thank you. Line Drawing Guideline Subcommittee, Commissioners Turner and Yee.
I don't think we're line drawing. We are mapping playbook.
I think on here it says, I think it's just called something else, mapping playbook.
Okay. Nothing to report except that I did feel motivated to generate a list of California census designated places populations for you. So 4 pages of all the CDPs over 1,000, which is 609.
It's a great resource. Thank you, Commissioner Yee. Let's move on to, at this point, line drawing, and actually no, Public Input Design Committee for Nashari and Ahmed.
No,
I thought we sunset. I don't know.
yeah, I guess not yet.
Oh no, we were tapped to design
resurrected.
the input meetings of last week. So I think looking forward, I'm not sure if we have any other tasks on our to-do list unless the commission decides otherwise.
Yeah, I just think we got a lot of good input, so I think that went well.
Yeah, it was a great process. Thank you so much. And we will explore the possibility of sunsetting that committee. Line Drawing Subcommittee, Anderson and Sadwani.
I think this is all being, I believe Chair's be doing this, and then it's we're doing the new subcommittee. I don't recall its name, so I'd say we don't have anything right now.
Perfect. We'll move on to the VRA Compliance Subcommittee, Sadwani and Yee.
You've heard a lot from us already.
All right, and we'll hear some more at the when we get to the Finals Maps Planning Subcommittee. All right, so we'll move on to Litigation Contract Subcommittee, and I believe we just heard that update from Chief Counsel Payne, but we'll check in with Chief Counsel Payne in regard to the litigation contract.
Thank you, Chair. So yes, I would just reiterate what I had mentioned previously on that.
Perfect. Thank you. And then lastly, we'll go on to the Final Maps Planning Subcommittee. I know you have a proposal on the table for discussion with regard to the Final Maps Plan and schedule. Commissioners Nashari and Sadwani.
Yeah, so what I thought I'd start with is just a general overview of the plan and what the process that got us to this plan and what our thinking was. So if you look at there's a handout that was posted on the website, schedule for completing maps and delivering them to the Secretary of State. There was a little miscommunication. There was supposed to be a little more detail in this document, and I'll just talk to the more detail that was supposed to be in that document, and then we'll revise this document and update it soon. I don't know when, but soon. So let's see. So, we're tasked with developing a detailed plan to get us to delivering the maps to the Secretary of State by December 27th. Commissioner Sidwani and I work very closely with Alvaro, Marcy, Freddie, both internal and external counsel, the line drawing team, to put this roadmap together. We were trying to balance our goals of, we have a deadline, obviously, and spending enough time on the maps to do the best we can with the maps. The draft maps seemed a little rushed. We got a lot of feedback that they seemed a little rushed, and we want to make sure that we, had enough time to do the best job we can, given the time constraints that we have. I'll just offer, though, that this is a sort of a working proposal on how we move forward. We all need to be flexible in the potentiality that we will pivot. What would be incredible is if we could move a little more quickly than this schedule shows, and that have more time for review and that kind of thing. But in the overview of the plan, we're starting with assembly the 30th through the 6th. We made the 5th a day off. I think we all need to have a little bit of time to sort of re-energize. And the 6th would be a Monday, would be come back to it if we need to review or finish anything up. Then go to the House the 7th through the 13th, with the 12th as a day off and the 13th as a kind of revisit and finalize. Then the Senate, the 14th through the 17th, and the Board of Equalization also on the afternoon of the 17th is the plan. And so in spending, time with the line drawing team, we kind of developed this idea of a hybrid approach. And the idea would be that we would spend, start the day sort of, this is the area we're going to look at. Let's have a sort of big picture discussion, and then dig in, work on our VRA districts, get those finalized, and then work and manage the rest of the districts as best we can. And then towards the end of the day, whatever we couldn't get to, if there were some complicated changes that were going to take too long in live line drawing, we'd take the opportunity to give the line drawing team some specific direction that we wanted them to follow, and have a discussion about what the outcome and consequences of that instruction would be, so we would have some expectation of what the outcome would be. And then for instance, the Southern California team would spend the next day offline working and tweaking our guidance. And so tomorrow we'll start in Southern California with the assembly, and Wednesday that Southern California team would work offline. We'd be working on Northern California, and then alternate back and forth and zeroing in. So you can see there's a more detailed proposed plan for the assembly on how we would go through it. And again, on Friday, we try to wrap everything up on Friday, or on Saturday, and then the 4th, and then come back if needed on the 6th to wrap up details on the assembly, and then jump into the congressional districts on the 7th. And take a very similar approach with Congress, then again, less time with Senate, fewer districts. And, you know, the thought is also that we would have, you know, we spent a great deal of thought on the assembly districts, take advantage as much nesting as we could, and then go forward from there. And then with regard to, you know, once we finish up the line drawing, then we've got a day on the 18th to review the Senate Assembly BOE maps, make any final changes, and number the Senate based on deferral. The line drawing team felt comfortable that they could work the deferral question in that amount of time. Then on the 19th, finalize any House and complete any necessary population adjustments, get that done. Then on the 20th, the plan is to approve final maps. Just to set expectations on what that looks like. We would expect to release PNG, shapefiles, equivalency files, and statistics tables. The map viewer will be updated that day with the final maps. The PDFs take a few days, so they wouldn't be released for a couple days. You know, then we have the 21st, 22nd, if we need to go into those days. You know, if we need to, we need to go into those days, but probably the 22nd would be the absolute final day to approve maps, but our goal is certainly the 20th. We want to give the public 3 working days to review the maps, if we can. And then I have scheduled in here on the 23rd to review and provide feedback on the draft report. We just heard that the draft report will be out to the commission earlier. You know, we can't talk across subcommittees. I just penciled that in, and the report team tell me, you know, how you envision approving that, and or reviewing it, and we'll revise this. And then on the 26th, we put a brief meeting on the calendar on the 26th to certify the maps and approve the reports, and then we would deliver the reports to the Secretary of State on the 27th. So I'm going to ask my partner in crime here, Commissioner Sadwani, to add anything I missed.
No, I think you're really thorough. I think I just want to re-up this piece that I think is no longer in this document about the postings of information and the timing. So in general, we are attempting to adjust the schedule of our meetings from 11 to 6, with the postings of maps that we've worked on being posted no later than 8 a.m., maybe earlier, but no later than 8 a.m., so that we as commissioners, as well as the public, have time to actually review them in advance of the meetings, right? One of the things that we've talked about in our debrief from a couple of weeks ago was having enough time to do that homework, to do our own kind of analysis. And so that is most certainly one of the key components that would require a lot of behind the scenes work from our consultants and staff, and that we had worked on with them to make sure that that would be a process that would work well. And again, that, you know, as Commissioner Fornashari already suggested, that would be loaded to the district viewer, which Tony just reviewed. That's the piece that our data management, the tool that our data management team created for us, and that's really user friendly. And so that we felt like that would be a really appropriate way to be able to review the districts, largely because those PDFs just take such a long time. And PDFs would still come out, but would come out later after we finish the week on that map. in particular. In addition, we did also talk about getting a table of, I think we were calling them descriptive statistics or descriptive statistics on the districts or something like that, that looks at, things like the deviations, various CBAPs, et cetera.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you for that, Commissioner Sidwani. Important point, right? We'd send the line drawers off with specific direction to work, and then it would be uploaded by 8 a.m. the day we were going to come back to that map and work on it. So very good point. And then, so we were thinking on the 26th, I'll just throw this out there and see what my fellow commissioners think, maybe like 11 to noon, have a meeting from 11 to noon to certify. But we'll turn it over for questions at this point.
Okay, let's start with questions. And thank you very much on the very thorough, because I know this is, both of you worked really hard on putting this plan together, and it is a very comprehensive roadmap for the last couple of days. So appreciate your work. Commissioner Sidwani, I think you had one other thing to say.
Yeah, I just wanted to note that we do also want to have two separate conversations, one about this plan, but then separately also, a debrief of the pieces that we heard from around the state as well. So I just wanted to preface that so that we know we're leaving some time for that really important conversation about both first the plan and then also around the debrief. Excellent.
And let's start with questions on the plan thus far, and then we'll move on to, once we're done with questions on this plan and we're all in alignment, then we'll move on to the debrief. Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. One question and then a quick response to Commissioner Fornashari's question. If by some chance we managed to finish early and not require, say, Monday the 6th or Monday the 13th, does that mean that we're going to slide everything up and get an early start on what comes next, so that if we needed more time farther down the line, we would have it? Or do those Mondays become days off if in some imaginary world we don't need them?
Yeah. This group, we fill all the time available and then some. My thought was they would be days off, but I guess we could.
But at the discretion of the chair.
At the discretion of the chair, right? I mean, I think, there's 2 days off in the next 30 days, so it's up to the commission how we want to handle it.
No, I was just thinking if, for example, if we managed to finish the assembly districts early and got started on, I guess congressional comes next, and found that we needed more time than the time allotted on the congressional maps, getting that start a day earlier might be the difference between, finishing those congressional maps on time and having to bleed over into what would be the time for the Senate maps, for example.
I think that's a great point. I think we'll.
Okay.
I think when we get, if we get there, we'll have that conversation.
Right.
I think that's a great point. I think that's a great point.
Okay. Well, I mean, just from a personal perspective, there's a big difference between having 1 day off, which is going to mean staying in Sacramento, and having 2 days off, which might mean that I could actually go home. So there's that motive as well. In response to your question about the report, I just need to clarify that what we're hoping to have to the commission next week is parts 1 and 2. So part 1 is the introductory text describing the process and so forth that Commissioner Fernandez and I have been working on. Part 2 is kind of the legal framework, which the legal team is working on. We would not have anything or we don't expect to have anything at that point for Part 3. So Part 3, to have the full report that is going to plug into your schedule pretty much as you have laid it out.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I thought, because, if you're going to be spending, I assume, the 21st and your assumption is the 21st, 22nd to write that part of the report, which is not insignificant.
Well, the assembly part can begin being written once we finish the assembly districts, et cetera. But we don't anticipate having Part 3 until basically the dates that you have in your timetable.
Okay. Well, then we'll plan on scheduling a meeting to review and provide feedback on that report on that day then.
Just a quick question for Commissioner Sidwani and for Nashari. When we think about when you came up with the schedule, I'm just curious if you could give a little bit of explanation to us and the public also in terms of proportionality. We've had feedback about making sure that that areas across the state of California receive proportionate amount of time in our deliberation so that not any one of them is left to the last moment. So just want to make sure that that is just addressed in your conversation. I know you had conversations around this and had deep conversations around this. So I just want to make sure that the commission is able to hear what your thought process is as it relates to the plan.
Yeah, I think you basically summed it up right there, right? We spent a lot of time thinking about the amount of details and the number of districts and just numbers of districts, but also the number of VRA districts that we need to work through and resolve, and how much time we would expect to spend in a given set of areas. And so, based on that, this is what we've come up with. We also decided to kind of keep the same approach that we'd been using, with starting with the assembly. There's more districts. It can be more complex. And we've given up to 6 days for that. And then with Congress, I think we have 5 days. There's fewer districts, but there is complexity in that, we really have to meet those population targets. But we felt that once we had worked through a lot of talked through a lot of the COI questions that we have and issues in the assembly, it might make things go a little smoother with regard to the House. And then, as I mentioned, with regard to the Senate, having gone through the House, the Assembly, and done all the detailed work on that we felt like, 4 days seemed pretty reasonable, or 3.5 days seemed pretty reasonable to get through that. It is, of course, we'd like to have more time, but we don't. We also had to figure out how to fit it in within a reasonable amount of time. I thought it was important. Personally, I thought it was important. I won't speak for Commissioner Sidwani, but to put a couple of off days in there so we can kind of decompress and regroup. We could have easily just gone straight through, but everybody needs some time off, including not just us, but the sports staff. And so, that's kind of where we got. I think Commissioner Sidwani has some.
Yeah, no, I think everything you said is correct. We definitely spent a lot of time talking through what map to work on first and the order. And we landed on Assembly, Congress, Senate for all the reasons that Commissioner Fornashari laid out. Because of the Assembly being those smaller districts, there's more of them. The COI testimony is often very similar from one map to the next, but not always, and we recognize that. while there was some thought about should we do Assembly then Senate, I think that the key piece here for Congress is that because the deviations are so low, the issues that might arise in that map might require us to make the most of those refinements and then say, hey, line drawers, go show us, go off work and show us where can we make some of those additional refinements to get to as close to zero as possible. So we felt because of that, it was really important to do Congress second. And then I just wanted to also put out there our other recommendation, again, not appearing on this document, but is that we would also be taking public comment daily, that it would be at the last half hour of the meeting, that it would provide the public ample opportunity to weigh in, and that we would run it very similar to how we have in the past.
Thank you. And before we go on, because I see a couple of hands raised, one last question, and that's, so I see, let's take, for example, the 30th, tomorrow. We have 3 areas, Southeast Los Angeles, Orange County, San Diego. Is there a thought process on how much time each one of those regions would get? Or having done this before, we do use up all of our time, and we could be here all night and then into the next night. So just thinking about time, any thoughts on time, giving, I guess it's prioritization, and having us go through this prioritization, giving us a set amount of time to work through each one of these areas. Any thoughts on that, or any suggestions on that? And that's to this committee, but also to the whole commission, so that we can think through just having an efficient meeting, and also being able to get the line drawers what they need so that they can turn around and get us the maps, the visualizations in an efficient manner. So maybe we'll just think about that, unless Commissioner Furnishari and Sidwani want to touch bases on that.
Yeah, we certainly, I'll start, I guess. We certainly talked about that and thought about it. So part of the answer to that question is the rest of this meeting. In the conversation that we're going to have in the rest of this meeting, what are the, what did we hear from the public input that we've gotten? What are the areas that we think we need to work on? What are kind of the big issues that we need to address? What are the smaller issues that we can maybe just give direction to the line drawers to address for us, kind of thing. And so that's part of the structure of the conversation today. I think as far as a specific amount of time, I don't think we have a specific amount of time. We need to work through VRA districts, and then work on the districts in between. But I think that you're bringing up an important point, and I think everybody needs to kind of sort of look at this schedule and think about, the pace that we need to work through to get through it. I think that's important. So Commissioner Sidwani?
Yeah, I would just add, I think we as commissioners need to be able to prioritize and clearly articulate what those priorities are. When we go into the discussion today, Commissioner Fornashari and I are planning to take notes and really try to bullet point what is your priority in this area, so that when we come back to actual line drawing, we can have a record of not every single priority, but if you have 3 priorities, what are they? And so that's the level of specificity we really are encouraging folks to drill down to. We can have a number of items on a wish list, but what might be some of the big priorities?
Thank you. And with that, let's go to Commissioner Anderson, Fernandez, then Turner.
Thank you. I've got one really quick, easy one. We don't have any business meetings scheduled until the 26th, and that sort of alarms me a little bit. We did have one originally on the 11th. I suggest we put one like on the 11th or the 13th. Just, it could be a half, like, as necessary, but, I'm concerned about if anything comes up.
we need to have it posted somewhere.
I think Chief Counsel Payne has a response to that.
Yeah. Thank you, Commissioner, for that. Sort of to that point, my understanding is Executive Director Hernandez is going to be posting for the 13th forward to be a combo agendized meeting. So it would be a business meeting as well as line drawing going forward. Is that right, Commissioner Hernandez? Yeah.
That is correct.
Thank you. And then the other item, first of all, great talking. There's a lot of work and, way to go. The other item that I want to bring up, though, is, and I like the way you're kind of laying it out, and a lot of thought went into how we're going to do this. The one issue I have is you do Central and the coasts sort of at the end. It's like you're doing the Bay Area and Sacramento and stuff. And I'm concerned about when you do something in the Bay Area, particularly I'm thinking about, how we're doing Hollister or San Jose, it's going to affect Ventura. And the same, we do, say, Sacramento, the north, is Inyo going to go, going to go into San Bernardino? Those are the issues. I'd like us to kind of do that all at the same time if possible. And then one other item is, and I really appreciate that the thought went into the assemblies, then congressional, then Senate. The one issue that we sort of lost in our line drawing process is we sort of did each of them as sort of separate units. And remember, there were a couple of people who said, hey, my county is in this assembly district, but it's with these guys, but then it's in a completely different Senate district with those guys. And we need to make sure that assembly districts, they can really, most of them, can nest. And if we sort of think along those lines, I think that would go much faster. It's almost like, should we quickly sneak the Senates in there after we've done all the work on the assemblies? Realizing that the congressionals are an in-between and will require a lot more work. But that was just a thought I wanted to bring up.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson.
Yeah, can I comment?
Yes.
Yeah, so, so we debated it a lot. And this is kind of where we wound up in the order that we wound up. I think, this is what we're proposing. With regard to your comment about the order to go in the state. And I thought a lot about this, and we can revise it, however we need to do. We definitely need to work on our VRA district in the Valley sooner rather than later. But I guess what my vision was is we'd start at the bottom and we'd start at the top and we'd meet in the middle. Because we've got interface issues. I mean, I don't think there's any easy way to go. And this isn't just my idea, right? This is, we spent a lot of time talking with the line drawers. And so I can see that Commissioner Sadwani has a comment too. Did you? Oh, you didn't have a comment? But and again, this is just a proposal. We can revise it however we all see fit.
Perfect. Let's go to Commissioner Fernandez and then Turner.
Yeah, just very quick. I just actually wanted to thank both Commissioner Sadwani and Fornishari for this approach and the creativity, because I'm going to tell you, 2 weeks ago, I was a little bit nervous and apprehensive about how we were going to get through all this. And the proposal that you have just gives me hope. And so thank you very much. And the only other question was in the conversation that we'll have today and this afternoon, will we also be talking about, we receive conflicting COI? So, I think that would be a good opportunity, especially if we have time, so that we have that settled before we start actually line drawing. So thank you again, both, for this. It's great.
Thank you. Yes, we have lots of hope. And a plan, and we need the plan. So let's go to Commissioner Turner.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to echo the gratitude for the work that you've done, for the hope, the plan, all of it. And so I'm glad about that. You asked a question a minute ago, and it continues to come up. How are we going to actually make this work? Because we do like to use the amount of time that's available for us. And so one thought that I had is that we this time really focus not so much on I guess the geography or the how large spaces are, and we look at population. So with almost 40 million Californians, perhaps we can apply some kind of math to it and say if there's 10 million in Los Angeles, then it gets this kind of prorated time based on the amount of time that we have available, because we always go into it saying, let's make sure we minimize our comments. Let's be, we talked about being additive and not repetitive and all of that. But once we get into conversations, it seems like we kind of go back to kind of digging into certain areas that we want to, and then we feel like we're rushed through it or we didn't get it done. So, but we do have to apply something to be able to say, this one area, even though it's a broad geography, if there's not that much population there, we should not be spending, I'm saying, that same amount of time in that space that we're trying to spend in other areas that have much more population. So as we're thinking through and move through the day, I'm hoping that we can apply something along those lines to come up with something a little bit more definitive instead of just saying, yes, we're going to do it. Let's talk about how we're going to do it, and then put some kind of parameters in place that says we're going to allot this for Los Angeles that may be larger than the Central Valley, that may be larger than, North or whatever, however it shakes out. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Kutagawa, then Sinai.
Yeah, I wanted to build on what Commissioner Turner just said, and I do also want to thank Commissioner Fornaciari and Commissioner Sadwani for this. Like our draft maps, it gives us all something to react to, and gives us a starting place, which is, I think, really important. And as with anything, it is by no means, the comments that we're making is by no means any kind of knock on the work that you've done. I think we like to take things and then add to it if we can. And so I just wanted to start there. I did have a question in terms of kind of similar to what Commissioner Turner did ask. I think Los Angeles as an entire region is extremely dense and has extreme complexity because of the mix of the different populations. The communities of interest are also very intermingled and mixed, and yet also very distinct in some places. I guess my question is, and obviously there's several varied districts in there as well as in the Central Valley, but in particular with Southern California, but specifically LA County. Question that I have is I see on the document, it notes particularly Southeast LA. I am wondering how LA as an entirety also falls within this, because I believe that there's going to be ripple effects depending on what is going to be decided. I guess I'm asking because I am a bit concerned that we're also going to try to get to Orange County and San Diego in the same day. When and where, and then also on the next day, I see that revert to LA, and I'm assuming that, I guess that would be the rest of LA. I guess I'm just asking both for some clarity, but also to express some concerns about, to Commissioner Turner's point, I would like to suggest that we need to get LA, cleared up, and I think the other big area too is Central Valley. But I hear what you said about bringing it together, but I think we should try to make sure that we have enough time so that we can just get to a place where we feel good about where LA is going to shake out because of all the different communities that we have there.
Any response from Commissioner Sadwani and Fornaciari?
Yeah, so I first of all, I think Commissioner Turner, your suggestion is great, and I'm happy to think about how we could try to incorporate some of that. But I want to speak specifically to your questions, Commissioner Kutagawa, about Los Angeles. When we were working on the draft maps, we really didn't touch Los Angeles in our assembly and congressional districts. We generally said, the basic architecture looks okay, but let's leave it. And so we specifically put Los Angeles first. And in particular, we prioritized South and East LA County. So that should be read as county, largely because of the ripple effects that it will have. It's going to have northern ripple effects also, but specifically what we have not had a chance to look at is the interconnectedness of Los Angeles, those southern parts of Los Angeles County, along with the Orange County border, along with on the eastern end, along with those VRA districts that are built out in the Inland Empire in San Bernardino and Riverside. And so we really wanted to focus ourselves on Los Angeles, and in particular, think about those impacts going southward, right? Because there's a lot of VRA considerations that are happening throughout that region. That's not to say we aren't concerned or not thinking about the northern parts, but to kind of leave that in the beginning portions, focus ourselves on some of those VRA considerations and what that's going to do as we continue to ripple down. We put all of those on there together because we anticipate what changes we might make in Los Angeles could potentially have ripple effects down to the Mexico border. And which was largely why, during the draft maps, and I certainly know I was a part of it, and many of us felt like, ooh, let's not get too far down the rabbit hole of making changes to Los Angeles because it's gonna change, have a larger impact. So that's the thought process there, is really focusing on those key areas that we've identified and working our way southward. And we gave ourselves the southward direction because otherwise we start hitting into the Central Valley, right? And so we want to kind of separate ourselves to some extent in doing so. And we'll see how we do. It's one map at the end of the day, so there's going to be ripples. This is why we've gone to this hybrid approach, right? So the idea being, if we're in a live session, say with Jamie, the map, our fabulous mapper for Los Angeles, who's been kind of leading the charge in Los Angeles, if we can tell her and explore some of the key priorities that we have, perhaps it has something to do with, Asian American representation in the maps, or communities of interest that from historic communities in various areas of Los Angeles. If we can articulate what those priorities are, we can take a look at some of what would be the ripple effects of doing it. We could also offer to Jamie, this is what we're trying to achieve. Tomorrow, please try and make that happen and bring it back to us the following day. That's why we're going in one day Los Angeles, the next day a different area. We'll work with a different mapper so that Jamie behind the scenes can help clean up any of the priorities that we were trying to make, right? That's kind of the thought process there, is that we're not going straight back to visualizations, but instead this hybrid approach, so that we can hopefully try to anticipate the kinds of ripples that we will have as we make those changes, and that the line drawers can also have some time to work offline, right? My understanding, and I don't know if Jamie's still on, I see Karin is here, but hundreds of hours were put into the visualizations for Los Angeles County alone. So if we try to make every single change that we want to see in live line drawing, it might be a challenge. That being said, I think for the 14 of us working in a live session helps us to understand and see what the larger impact will be when we want to see a change. When we say this is a priority, sometimes I think we need to see on a map what that's going to do to all of the other districts. I hope that makes sense. And Commissioner Fornashari, if it didn't, please feel free to jump in terms of that thought process.
Yeah, no, I think that captures it.
I'd like to, so then just for clarification, Commissioner Sadwani, you mentioned, I get what you're saying, it totally makes sense. I guess my other question then would be, why LA, Orange County, and San Diego instead of LA, Orange County, and the Inland Empire? Because it has more of a touch point from LA to Orange County than it does from LA to San Diego. It's only through that Camp Pendleton area down south. And so it's just that one area, but the Inland Empire with all of its complexity and also it experienced greater growth. So I think I'm just trying to understand, and that's why I'm asking these questions. So, and I appreciate what, you know, what you're explaining.
If I may respond to that, to us, there are a lot of VRA districts in the Inland Empire. There might be refinements to those, but to some extent, those are a bit of an anchor. So unless, and I think this is where the debrief should come into play, right? Unless we as a commission feel like we have a lot of changes to make in the Inland Empire, then we should perhaps switch course. But if we feel fairly confident that we're meeting our VRA obligations in the Inland Empire, then what comes into play is working further southward.
Thank you.
I'd also add that we have two borders and an ocean in San Diego and Imperial, surrounding San Diego and Imperial. And so, you know, we want to make sure that we're not districting ourselves in a corner that we can't get out of.
All right, so we are going to go to dinner break at 5:45. So we have 3 people waiting to speak. So just wanted to make sure that we're all aware that you're keeping us from dinner. All right. Commissioner Anderson, or you're the thing between us and dinner, I should say. Some of us are hungry.
I really appreciate this. This is and I really like the thought involved in there. My only one issue is I'd like us to be a little flexible, because with when you're going like, okay, and then we go into the Empire, if it turns out it just makes perfect sense, clarity comes on, wow, San Diego, if we do this and this, and then go up to Inland Empire, it'll work. We need to be flexible like that. So I just want to make sure that we, and also because there is a lot in LA, and changing that whole VRA group is going to take a lot. I'd like us also to be a little flexible in that if we have to go like to another half a day to work it out, I think we should try that because of its implication and how it'll ripple. So I just want to kind of bring that forward.
If I may, I see Neil smiling. I absolutely agree with you, Commissioner Anderson. The ability to pivot and turn and provide ourselves with the time that we need is the name of the game here, which is why those Mondays are kind of built in on an as-needed basis, right? We don't want to shortchange any area of the state of California. So I completely agree with that.
And you know, you'll see that there's a couple of revisits to the areas so that we can, you know, work on it, propose what we've done, and come back and revisit the complex areas specifically.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes, just really, really quick now that I'm thinking about it. My priority would be the VRA districts because they're going to impact everything else. And so we've got VRA districts, obviously, in Southern California as well as Central Valley. So my proposal would be to let's solidify those so that we know what the rest of the state, what we have available for the rest of the state, if that makes sense. But my priority would be the VRA districts first. Thank you.
Commissioner Yee?
Yeah, I want to add my appreciation to this great plan. Like Alicia, like Commissioner Fernandez, it just sets my heart at ease. I just feel much more confident going forward into the next several weeks. One question doesn't need to be answered now, but I'm kind of wondering about big changes versus small changes. So, you know, the thought, for instance, that we can only propose one change per commissioner until other commissioners have had a chance to propose changes, which I like a lot. I think that's a good rule. But then in my mind, I'm thinking, well, there are some bigger changes I'd probably want to propose, but there's also, you know, a handful of little changes, just things I got from COI input, little adjustments. You know, wouldn't necessarily want to shortchange the big changes for the little ones. So is there some way of catching those, you know, things that would not even affect, you know, population considerations at all, just a couple blocks here, a couple blocks there, those kind of changes, how to fit those in while still giving attention to the bigger changes that we might want to propose.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. I think that's what we're going to try to capture this evening and before we start each day. And I think some of those smaller changes could probably be given as direction to the line drawers to do offline, potentially. I think there's a key component here, right? That in difference that we haven't talked about that just came back to me, right? The commissioner or the chair, right, is running the show. Trina led the way and set the tone for how we do that, how we should be doing this, right? And so there has to be, we have to get to a point where we're having some level of agreement amongst the commission that this is the direction we want to go, and the chair will drive that, and then the chair will give direction to the line drawer. And so, I think that was a great model that Trina set up, and we're proposing to continue that model. But, when we did visualizations, we were, there were conflicting input and there was an agreement, right? But absolutely before we send the mappers off, or before we do live line drawing, we have to have some kind of a concurrence. And when we send the mappers off to do some offline work, we have to have concurrence.
Thank you, Commissioner Fornashari. Commissioner Turner.
Yeah, after listening, I just want to reiterate, because everything that was just shared to me is extremely important. I definitely agree with the VRA and all of those other piece parts. But I think because of the desire to still wanting to be flexible and add an additional day as we need, or additional half day, or make sure we move things and clean up little areas, all of those is where we lose time. And I think it is extremely important. I don't know how to do it, and I don't know if it's staff can help or if some of the other commissioners. I know numbers of counties, but for the areas that we have been dealing with, they don't necessarily fall exactly, along, however, if we can get an idea of how many people are there, I think we're going to have to, because that will tell us, going to have to use that population count to kind of guide us in how much time we can afford to spend. It'll let us know early on if we have to take another day, if we now need to work on the Sundays and the Mondays or whatever else. What I don't want is for us to feel that we have that kind of latitude and flexibility and get to the end, whatever the end is, and then revert back to we have to do it quick because we're out of time. And so for me, I think it's important that we go into this knowing we do have a finite amount of time. We can prioritize it any way we want to. We can make sure wherever we start, I'm good with all of that. I just think that there should be some kind of systematized way of going into this that says for this area, this is the finite amount of time that we're going to spend, make it work, and then move on into the next area so that at least if someone, going in, this is our 2 or 3 days, this is our 1 day, based on population count, based on a fair kind of analysis of what we have in front of us and people that we're trying to work with from a population count. And at the end of that, it just is time to move, or we know we are now intentionally shortchanging some other area on purpose, right? And so we have to, I think, start there and be able to say we can have wiggle room anywhere we want to within these hours. But based on this population, we're trying to make it work for. We need to stick and be very disciplined in this time frame.
Agreed. Commissioner Sadwani.
Yep. I just wanted to be responsive to that, Commissioner Turner. And what I'm wondering is, look, we're getting started tomorrow. Can we stick to this schedule in terms of the dates, right? And as we go through it, and perhaps Commissioner Fornashari and I can take a look more closely at the population pieces. I don't know if we'll have a chance to do that before tomorrow morning, but try to allocate how much time we would actually spend for LA versus OC or San Diego. But for this week, we don't go over, right? The first day, that 11:30 is LA, OC, San Diego, period. The next day is North State, Sacramento, or maybe we switch that to Central Valley based on some of the responses here. And we stick to that. We can attempt to put some time parameters on it in terms of hours within the day for this week. And let's see how that works. Would that be a reasonable way to kind of move forward? Because I want us to be able to have this in place for tomorrow.
Yeah, I think it's reasonable because I don't have the answers. I don't have the numbers broken out that we need, and so I wouldn't expect anyone else to have them ready. So it's a good way to proceed. You have it?
The county populations per county.
Based on how we have the maps.
Oh, no, okay, sorry.
Okay.
I thought you just
Yep.
needed that.
And so from that standpoint, it's a good way to proceed. I just want to, yeah, I would just be repeating. Yes, that's a good way to
Excuse me,
proceed.
this is the court reporter. Who from staff was just commenting, was just responding to Commissioner Turner?
It was Marcy.
Thank you.
Yes, and I'm going to throw a little bit of a twist in it. I think we're hoping what we come out of this today with is some sense of we're kind of comfortable here and we really think we need to work here, right? So, I mean, if we're comfortable in an area with large population, then that kind of changes the equation. But we'll definitely work on thinking about this tomorrow.
And we'll keep track of.
And I think, I think that's a fair way to look at it. So thank you.
And we'll keep track of how much we're spending on each one of the districts so that we can monitor as well. Commissioner Kutagawa?
Yeah, just real quick, I think I want to repeat what Commissioner Anderson did also say. I would be a little wary about boxing ourselves in. I think Commissioner Sadwani is right. I think it's a little late to be making a complete change. Let's go with what we have. Give ourselves a little bit of the flexibility that we need to see how it works out. And then maybe next week we could figure out, a little bit more of how much time we're going to need for everything. But I would support just let's keep it with the way it is and let's just allow ourselves a little flexibility at least for this week and not box ourselves in too much. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kutagawa. And with that, it's dinner time. So we will be back at 6:30. So we're on break. Thank you and good evening. We're continuing on with the Community Citizens Redistricting Commission's business meeting. We're continuing on with our Final Maps Committee presentation and discussion. The next item for this committee is discussion on, it's actually a debrief on the feedback and the input that we've received thus far over the last 14 days. And I believe Commissioner Sadwani and Fornashari will be kicking us off. Oh, let me start my video. We'll be starting us off.
Great. Thank you, Chair. Before we do, can you just walk me through the how much time we have?
We have about an hour.
Okay.
For discussion. And so if we start it with some of the global issues, then go around so that each commissioner can, I believe you had mentioned 3 priorities per commissioner, but maybe more as time allows.
Yeah, I think that would make sense. So perhaps we can do it that way. I think Commissioner Fornashari and I went back and forth a little bit on how to approach this conversation, but I think having each commissioner identify the 3 to 5 major priorities that they would have as they want to change. What he and I will be doing behind the scenes is taking the notes themselves so that hopefully we can synthesize them into very specific priorities. And of course, this is a conversation also. So I think perhaps we can do a short round and try to limit ourselves to about 2 minutes each. That would take us about 30 minutes to get through everyone, to list some of the top priorities. And from there, once we've heard everyone's top priorities, perhaps we could engage in trying to better understand and synthesize some of the testimony that we've received, right? And we can actually engage and talk through, well, it's interesting you have this as a priority, but I might feel differently about it. So I think if we each take about 2 minutes to give those top priorities, that'll take about half an hour, and then it would leave us with half an hour to kind of engage with one another. Does that work for everyone?
So I'm hearing top priorities. Are you thinking 3 or 5 or how many? 3?
I mean, I'm hoping 3, but
Okay,
if
so
you
let's just-
absolutely, whatever you can fit into 2 minutes, and we'll try to
Perfect.
capture it.
I like that. So whatever you can
Okay.
fit into 2 minutes. And Christian, can you help us with monitoring the time? Because we're serious about our time. So Commissioner Sinai, let's. Oh, you want to be last? I thought you had your hand raised. So with that, let's see. Who wants to go first?
Hey, I need you guys to be as quiet, okay?
That was not for us.
And yes, we will be quiet. Thank you.
We will try our best.
Start to your left. Start to your right.
Any commissioner want to start? Or I want to take volunteers. Let's start with Commissioner Fernandez.
Sure.
2 minutes.
Oh, okay, so number 1 priority is to get all of the VRA districts finalized, because then the rest of it, I can't get to my number 2 and 3. And so I focused my review of all the comments mainly for the north area. So with that, one of my priorities, and we heard during quite a bit of public comment, was the cities and unincorporated areas in Sacramento County are different from the surrounding counties, such as Placer and El Dorado. So my priority is to keep the Sacramento County areas together, and then also build another, hopefully another district that has the suburbs of Sacramento that are in those other counties. And then another priority I have is as much as possible, having Butte, Sutter, Yuba, Glen, Colusa, and Tehama together as much as possible. They do have the ag, and as I've been told, as I'm a flatlander, so as a flatlander, they have different concerns and issues than those in the mountains. And then my other priority is Del Norte. initially I was okay with going with the coastal, but now I'm having second thoughts and thinking that maybe they do have more in common with Siskiyou going inward to the east. So that's probably something I would like to work on as well.
30 seconds.
And thank you for that 30-second reminder, Christian. And I think that was 4, but again, I have to circle back to VRA. We really need to get that tied down. And then also the ECA Coastal District, trying to figure that one out.
Time. Thank you. Yes. Commissioner Anderson, are you ready to go next, or do you want to? You're next on my screen. That's why I'm asking.
Sure, I'll jump in with the. I like the things what Commissioner Fernandez said, except that I also have, I like a lot of that. A couple of exceptions, but then my other priority is the East Bay, the Tri-Valley. We kind of said, well, kind of threw something out there and never really kind of revisited it. And that Cherryland, that whole area. And there's tweaks all around the South Bay, cleaning up San Francisco a little, and Solano. We divvied up that huge chunk out of it, and everyone said they hate it. So I'd really like to fix that. And I think and then Hollister, the San Benito area. There's also then in the valley, but I know other people will be saying that.
Thank you. That was well under 2 minutes. Who wants to be next? Commissioner Vasquez, thank you for volunteering.
Yeah, my priority is voting rights districts in Los Angeles County, and how and especially sort of the transitions, particularly into Orange County, North Orange County, and trying to figure out also both the South LA and Northeast LA regions. And then also, to be specific, the West San Gabriel Valley, particularly in the congressional area. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Ahmed.
Thank you, Chair. My priorities align with some of the items that have already been stated. So just to highlight, of course, the criteria that we all have to abide by, population, VRA, et cetera, but with specific emphasis on the VRA areas that we have yet to nail down. LA County is a huge priority for me just because of how densely populated that area is and the various VRA considerations as well as communities of interest. I'm also interested in focusing a little bit on that border next to Nevada. We've heard conflicting testimony about whether to cross over the mountains or to keep it a more north-south type of district. So I'm definitely keen on trying to explore that area more. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ahmed. Commissioner Taylor.
Good evening. Our priority is the state, but I guess we can highlight a few of the issues. Again, going with Commissioner Vasquez and Commissioner Ahmed just said. I think my mind is in the same area. Of course, the VRA sets the pace, so I really think that we should concentrate on those VRA districts. And then LA County, San Gabriel Valley, the border with Orange County, those are important. I think those are some hotbed issues. And, it'd be interesting if I go out a little further north to solving the Simi Valley, Moore Park, San Fernando issue. Of course, that would help us. That would help to drive some of the districts up north. But again, I do think emphasis or just paying respect to our mandate to population. We have to always keep that mindful. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Kennedy. Time starts now.
Thank you, Chair.
Oh my God.
Okay. So top two, the split along the 10 in the Coachella Valley is a major problem. Plus the fact that split actually splits tribal lands that we were trying not to split. San Bernardino and Riverside being joined in a single district, I think, is problematic. We need to look at that. Others, that I would say are priorities, and some of these we've heard, some we will hear. North County and East County, San Diego, how to deal with Modesto. I agree with voices that have said, take the Sierra region and take it farther north before coming over the mountains. So yes, I think it's going to have to come over the mountains to get population, but do it much farther north. Dealing with Malibu area and that council of governments and trying to find a better way to fit those pieces together. The West San Gabriel Valley and the interface with the National Forest. The split in West Hollywood, putting Albany back with other Alameda County areas, and I would say, we've got some work to do in North Contra Costa. So I'll leave it there.
Thank you. All right, let's see who's next. Commissioner Sidwan, are you ready?
Okay, I was vigorously taking notes of what everyone was saying. So I don't have my own notes in front of me. So some key considerations is definitely nailing down the VRA districts, particularly in the Central Valley. I think to go along with that, we've heard loud and clear from folks in Modesto, as well as from the Sierra folks, that they don't want Modesto in the Sierras. So I would agree with what's been said about taking a closer look at going further north. I think what happens in the Central Valley leaves open the question of then Modesto further north into Sacramento. So I think that there's going to need to be some reconstruction there. In Los Angeles, where to start? Nila, definitely San Gabriel Valley with that 210 corridor area. I think particularly in the congressional maps needs work. And I agree with everything everyone said about the interconnection between Los Angeles and Orange County. That is not a hard border. And we haven't spent a lot of time actually looking at the fluidity that might exist between that. And I think we do have VRA considerations further down that I want to make sure that we are being very mindful of as we begin to cross over into Orange County. And so figuring out what happens there is, of course, of great importance to me. We've certainly also heard a whole lot about San Diego and cleaning up some of the maps in the San Diego area. So I would add that to my list as well.
Thank you. Commissioner Yee?
Thank you, Chair. Love everything everyone's saying. Repeat some of them. Get Albany back into Alameda County. Work on the West San Gabriel Valley, the congressional district. A lot of feedback about that. The ECA Sierra district. Go farther north and stay out of the valley if we can. Simi Valley and Santa Clarita. Such conflicting testimony. Passionate conflicting testimony, but we need to land somewhere there. So landing somewhere there that we feel good about. Our dear friends with the Van Nuys, Sherman Oaks, POSO line that we need to fix in a couple of the maps. Lawndale, heard lots from Lawndale and wanting to be drawn into, to be included with the cities to the north of it. Tri-Valley, yes. Then VRA, of course, all over, but especially in my mind, the Central Valley, and then possibly going westward from towards the Monterey Bay, and what possibilities there might be there. San Benito, not very happy about being included with Silicon Valley, and wanting to see what we can do there.
Thank you. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Okay, so for me, I'd like to definitely focus on LA County as well too, specifically those gateway cities and the San Gabriel Valley, both the the east as well as the west, and particularly the East San Gabriel Valley with North OC. All of Orange County, I think there's different perspectives, very vehement and very passionate requests to stay separated from LA County, particularly Long Beach, especially, coastal district versus no coastal district. I think, there's been some conversation about that. Do they cross over into San Diego County? I'm also interested as well in the Simi Valley, Santa Clarita question. Definitely the Sierras. We've heard loud and clear from the communities there. Would like to explore that. The Central Valley, San Benito, Monterey Coast questions with its, dip into the high-tech areas of the Silicon Valley. Heard loud and clear that they did not want to be affiliated. Sacramento, hearing a lot about that. That was also really important, and I think heard those as well too. And I think others mentioned the far north, especially the Siskiyou and the various Native American tribes up there, and how do we honor that, as well as also the request from the others who are in those areas too that wanted to keep their counties whole.
30 seconds.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great. Let's see. We have a couple more commissioners. Commissioner Turner?
Thank you, Chair Toledo. So I'd like to focus on the Klamath tribes being kept together. I think it's the Karuk tribe. I think we inadvertently, I'm trying to remember the testimony, moved it the wrong direction, so I definitely want to focus in that area. Also, I'd like in the Bay to work to keep Oakland with Emeryville and with Rodeo, Hercules, Richmond together in an East Bay district. I'd like to work on decoupling Stanislaus from the Sierras, we've talked about in the ECA, and then also see if we can to keep Merced whole.
Great. Let's go on to Commissioner Fornashari.
Yeah, I'll try to be additive here. We heard a lot of, or some testimony from folks living in the Hayward area that they didn't want to be with the Tri-Valley. I looked at that. I don't know how we'd fix it, but I'd like to at least think about that a bit. We were a little haphazard in the way we split Santa Rosa. I did get a chance to take a look at that to make something that makes more sense. The North State is interesting. We've gotten more testimony recently about going east-west and north-south. I don't know how we're going to reconcile that. I think San Diego, we just radically changed two of those maps very quickly, and we need to get back there and put that together in a way that makes more sense. And that's, I guess, all I can think of off the top of my head.
Thank you. So I'll give mine, and I'm going to just keep it high level. So for me, VRA is number one, and focused in the Central Valley, the Central Coast, and Los Angeles, particularly the NELA area, the gateway cities. The question around Long Beach and the OC and Los Angeles rises to the top. We've received significant testimony from that area. We've also received significant testimony from the Central Coast, specifically from the Salinas, Monterey area, the San Benito area, and it's an area that deserves attention, and that we certainly will want to take a look at. And of course, the Central Valley. The Central Valley needs attention as well, as does all of California. And I think we named pretty much every part of California through the 14th of us. So with that, we'll move on to the next.
Chair?
Yes.
Sorry, Commissioner Lamont.
Oh, Commissioner Lamont, sorry about that. And Sinai. Two more.
Oh, that's okay. In the spirit of being additive, of course, we want to focus on VRA, and then making sure that we can just reconcile as many of the areas that Californians have given us feedback on. That's where I want my attention to be. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Lamons. Commissioner Sinai.
Thank you. I agree with everybody's got my list, but what rises to the top is really looking at the Yuba Butte, that kind of that whole area, East Contra Costa, and making sure that we are kind of connecting all the working neighborhoods, and it's very different. We're close, but we're not there. Sacramento, I think there's a lot of questions that have been raised. The Coachella Valley, really figuring out, we've got conflicting testimony there, but really figuring out how to keep Coachella Valley together and keep a VRA district strong. For the ECA, really starting with Truckee and Lake Tahoe, north and south, and really starting up there and then moving down versus starting at the bottom and moving up. And then cleaning up San Diego, making San Diego still needs some architectural work that won't be that difficult. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai. Commissioner Sadwani, Commissioner Fornashari, I know you've been taking notes. Anything rise to the top?
Yeah, so I mean, I'm back here just bullet pointing all of the top concerns you all have just raised. And the thought is, between now and tomorrow, I'll try to rearrange some of that so that we can see what folks' top concerns were by region. Of course, tomorrow we're starting in the Assembly, LA, and working southwards. So certainly we've heard over across many folks who have lifted up things like NELA, the West San Gabriel Valley, gateway cities, Long Beach, that LA to OC interconnection was raised numerous times. So to me, that means that's where we should be spending our time. And then moving further south because of the potential ripples that are going to happen. I'm also hearing a lot of folks talking about the VRA districts in the Central Valley. So I might, throw it out there. And I know this was a recommendation that had been made when we were looking at the schedule, but having Central Valley come before we begin to approach the Northern California areas to kind of hammer that piece out. And I think from here, it would be really helpful to talk through some of the key testimony that we've heard. I'd be curious if folks are having the same thoughts on some of these areas. To the extent that we can do that right now, I think our mappers are available to pull up the map for us and look at some of it, not actually start line drawing, but at least so we can have it up as a visual. If there are particular areas where folks would like to have a little bit more in-depth conversation, I think we've received a whole lot of testimony over the last 14 days. And as many of you pointed out, conflicting testimony. And so I think here is our opportunity to talk a little bit more in detail about the pieces that feel like they're conflicting throughout the state. I think if I may throw one out there, and I'm sure the conversation will move from there, I think the Modesto Sierra piece, I heard a lot of people mention the Sierra district. I think it's called ECA in both Assembly and Congress. It sounded like there was a lot of folks suggesting that we should definitely be creating from Inyo all the way north to at least Truckee and grabbing that population elsewhere. I think that would be an interesting place perhaps to start some of our conversation. And the kind of testimony everyone had. And then just to throw out there, I'm absolutely going to share all of this with you, but it's very notes form right now. So I'm happy to share it as I clean it up.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Fernandez, let's start with you.
Okay, yes, and that's fine if we want to start with that. I would ask that the topography layer be added because there's actually quite a bit of the mountain areas in some of these communities that they said they didn't want to be part of the mountains, but they really are part of the mountains. So I believe that's important for our discussion.
Commissioner Kutagawa.
Sorry, I thought she was going to go. Commissioner Fernandez was going to talk about.
Am I winding or what?
So just for clarification, Commissioner Sadwani, so we're going to start here in terms of what our conflicts are or what we've heard and kind of try to hash out what we're going to try to agree upon. I think I'm just asking for clarification here.
Yeah, I mean, this is an opportunity for us to talk about the comments that we've received. So I think we can really go in any direction we want to here. I was throwing out the ECA district as a potential starting point because I think we heard a lot from it. And as everyone was prioritizing their comments, that came up quite a lot. If you want to start off.
Thank you. Okay, I think then I'll just start it off with just maybe a general comment that a theme that I've heard from all that commented on this particular region. What I heard is the mountains does create a very large and at times, especially during the winter, impassable path to go from east to west. And so anybody who lives to the east of the mountains have to go north-south. And so the concerns around anything being on, as they call the valley floor, and besides just the identification, was one of geography and just trying to cross over. And so I guess I'll just start there and just say that's a starting place where I heard as a way to kind of think about the area.
Thank you. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes. Thank you for cueing me in, Commissioner Kutagawa. And I actually think we should go start at Inyo and go up. But what I thought was important that everyone should see, because we did receive testimony from many of the counties not wanting to be split. But if you look at the topography, you've got Tulare, Fresno, Madera, all of those counties have the mountains on there, so they may have to be split. And that's I think what was important to me when I was looking into this further and digging down and getting more of that information on the mountains, that more of the counties may need to be split in order to keep that Sierra type district. And again, it will be large because many of these areas, population-wise, are small.
Commissioner Anderson.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, what I see in this area is, Stanislaus said, and Commissioner Fernandez just said, the flat part of Madera, which is that area, but actually it's a little further up. Because if you remember, we had testimony that talked about the horse gold, I believe is the sort of area where they were talking about in Madera. That is part of the Sierras, but the rest really isn't. And that's what everyone in the Valley also said. It's like, what are we doing here? So I would like to see us almost, do the reconstruction sort of around the edges, so we can kind of have a really good look at, how we redraw part of the areas and getting our VRA districts good and really solid with solid numbers, because that's a really concern. But it will definitely have to go further north. And then I think actually we might end up, I know we created another district kind of in that area, but we might shift it elsewhere to accommodate. It's just sort of what I'm thinking. I'll just stop right there for now.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. Regarding the Sierras, there are two things. One is traversability of the Sierras is one question. The other question is, mountain communities versus valley communities. So, if we're talking about traversability, then we're talking mostly an issue affecting Inyo and Mono and the counties on the eastern side of the Sierra Crest. If we're talking about mountain communities in general, then we're talking, as Commissioner Fernandez said, we need to have the terrain layer and see what is mountain and what is valley. But we would still be faced with the traversability issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kennedy. And Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, I think just to build upon what Commissioner Fernandez and Commissioner Kennedy just said, I'm also thinking about not only what we've read, but Commissioner Anderson and I had the outreach liaison role to these counties, or at least particularly some of the eastern counties. And the understanding that I got is that the mountain communities would prefer to stay with the valley communities to the east. So that would include like Mono and Inyo, and particularly because they have some working agreements, government, like council of government type work. I think they talked about some of that, although, the further up it went, I did read in some of the COI testimony that they don't all see themselves as being together, but I think due to population needs to establish the districts to meet those deviations, we're going to have to go further north. I think that's where it's going to get a little trickier, but I would suggest that we perhaps look at maybe some of the mountain crest, or perhaps even down from the foothill communities as a place, perhaps to what I think it was Commissioner Fernandez that suggested potentially having to split these counties. That's just food for thought that I'll just put out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Fornashari.
So let's see. I think the VRA districts in the valley are going to drive a lot of this. We've got a lot of testimony from Inyo and Mono, what they would like. And I'm conflicted, They are two very, very remote counties, and people who decided to live in those remote counties chose to live in a remote county, and it's going to be far away for them wherever they have to go. We got a lot of feedback from the counties that would be on the northern end of that district, that they didn't have anything in common with Inyo and Mono, and wanted a different approach. And so, I'm kind of conflicted here. I'd like to accommodate everybody's input, but this is going to be a tough one here because they're so small. I mean, my take is they had two wishes, right? One, they didn't want to go south, and the other one was they want to go all the way north and reach in and grab Roseville. I mean, it's like, so basically, they want to drive the whole state map, so not sure where to go from there.
Thank you, Commissioner Fornashari. Great points. Commissioner Taylor.
Thank you. And I guess I have a more general comment, but it sort of relates to this, especially since we're talking about the assembly seats. And I hope I didn't miss it, or maybe it might, cause a little bit more conversation. But as we march towards these final maps, is our approach as it relates to breaking up cities and counties more as it relates to communities of interest? So we are going to, our consideration is that we can break up city and county lines when communities of interest seems to outweigh for that particular region. For in other words, the mountain region, we're not mountain region, then we are overlooking, or we're willing to break up those city and county lines. And I say that so we can see if we can get a consistent theme throughout the state, so that we can start to see things through the same lens. So just sort of generally, what is people's thoughts as we go along this journey?
Thank you. Commissioner, I think Commissioner Yee has a response to that, because he and Commissioner Turner were working on the guidebook, or the playbook.
Well, it's just the 6 criteria. So criteria number 4 places city and county boundaries on equal level with COIs, or vice versa. So it's rather brilliant, but also raises many more possibilities for us to sort through, since we have to choose which one to favor in each individual case. So I don't think there's not going to be any rule that can cover all the cases. They're equal weight, and we just have to decide which one to use in each case.
Did the subcommittee have a recommendation on when you're looking at these types of communities of interest, which include the counties, the cities, tribal lands, et cetera?
We not as a subcommittee, but I do have a thought.
Okay.
Earlier, when we were talking earlier, I just lost the thought. Oh my, I should have said it earlier. I was trying to wait till you get out. But anyway, so we're talking about an equal leveled criteria. Oh, thank you. Someone earlier talked about the Citizens Commission heavily weighing on the citizens' testimony. So beyond it's equal, it's in that same level of criteria, but we can establish as either a policy or a preference that if we've had people that's called in to tell us about the area that they live in, to me, it should for sure should be heavily considered when people have written in to tell us about their COI area.
Thank you. Commissioner Taylor, do you still have your hand up? I think he has.
No, I'm gonna raise it. I'm gonna lower it. Thank you.
Okay, no worries. Commissioner Anderson?
Yeah, I was actually thinking exactly what people have been saying, and it is communities of interest when the people in the same county are saying the same thing. Like, we would like this to be cut up. Then I think that kind of makes it a little easier for us. And it is, communities of interest or common interests. Like in this particular area, we're talking mountains. It is the mountain. Mountains have completely different issues than the valley, and they're all saying the same thing. So I think when in an area where most of the people are all saying the same thing, that is a direction that I believe we should follow. And I think in some of these areas, it is kind of clear, where in other areas, it is definitely not, like Simi and Santa Clarita. But in this area, I believe it's the mountain areas that they're talking about. And, I'm sorry. And the other one is what's common about, the Mono, Inyo, and the mountain areas is the federal land. That is a big issue because they don't own their land. And these counties have to then supplement their funds another way to pay for the roads, things like that. That's a common interest that they need a actually congressional representative for.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner.
Yeah, I was just going to add and thank the mapper for putting on the assembly district, because again, it's clearer then to see how we've drawn our draft maps that cut into down into counties and up into the mountains. So with the topography there, to me, it presents a clear opportunity to split, which would split counties, but it would probably bring them in closer alignment with the community of interest testimonies for mountainous regions versus some of the inland areas and the rural areas down below.
Thank you. Commissioner Sinai?
Thanks. This is where there's like different names now for the different maps, and so it gets a little confusing. According to our map on the online map that we have, that awesome tool. Well, never mind about what I was about to say. But ECA is higher up than and the area we are right now is Cala Inyo draft. But my point was, that North Tahoe, South Tahoe, Truckee are in 3 different counties, and we've kind of just like chose which county to put them in versus join all 3 counties up there together. And so most of the testimony says, please keep Sierra, Placer, and El Dorado together. And I think that, you know, just for us to think a little bit about how we are joining on the east side. I think we took a lot more time looking at the kind of down on the valley, but if we can start up there and then see what makes sense down below.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai. Commissioner Yee?
Yeah, what I remember from the Mono Inyo testimony was the fear of once again getting a representative from the valley. You know, the feeling was that if you grab population from the valley, that's almost certainly where their representative would come from. So that in mind, you know, I think it does make sense to split counties along the ridgeline and go as far north as you need to for population. Now, the problem is that's really far north. So, you know, Inyo, Mono, Alpine, you've got about 33,000 people in the three counties altogether. So you start going north, and how far north do you go? You actually get to Plumas before you have almost a congressional district, you know, so, and that includes all of Placer, you know, so it's just a lot of population need to fill in somehow.
Thank you, Commissioner Yee. Commissioner Kitagawa, and then Commissioner Sadwani.
Yeah, I did want to adjust two things. One thing that I think Commissioner Anderson mentioned is that Mono and Inyo have federal lands. I also want to note that the Sierras, as you look throughout this topography, I'm seeing this, there's a lot of national forests, national parks. And so it does seem to make sense to have at least, you know, from that perspective, you know, a representative that would also be able to take that into account and perhaps stop or start going eastward at least either at the ridgeline or a little bit further down the foothills, depending on what I mean, you know, depending on I know that some parts of it, like, you know, Yosemite is I believe, you know, a little bit further down the ridgeline, I think, from what I saw on the map. But anyways, separate from that, I think it was either Commissioner Yee or somebody mentioned the VRA districts in the Central Valley. My sense is, and please correct me if I'm wrong, my sense is that one, the mountainous regions are sparsely populated, and that that those who do tend to live in those areas tend not to be quite as diverse, and I do wonder if removing them would actually help increase the CVAPs of some of the Central Valley areas. It may also mean, in some cases, moving a little bit more westward in that case, but just wanted to just kind of point that out and to see if that would be the case if by their removal it would not really affect the CVAPs of the especially the VRA districts in the Central Valley.
Thank you, Commissioner Kitagawa. Commissioner Sadwani.
Yeah, so I just wanted to provide a little bit of reflection on this conversation. So we spent about 20 minutes at this point discussing an area that's pretty low population. Just to speak to the earlier conversation about like prioritizing. And I want to just try and clarify, right? So based on everything everyone has said, we've kind of talked in circles a little bit about the pros and cons. There's federal lands. I would also just add to that conversation that I think we had heard also recreation areas, right? That going up through Lake Tahoe makes recreation areas as well. Where are we landing? Right? Are we land? It sounds to me like we're landing with something what Commissioner Sinai had kind of proposed is pulling in those districts, and I think there's two of them perhaps at this point from Assembly and Congressional, and moving further up northward to Placer and I can't see them right now, Sierra Nevada, and up into that region and cutting along the ridgeline. Do we generally feel like, is that the general direction that the commission wants to take? And I'm pushing this because I think that this is, we will need to focus ourselves to come to some consensus if we're going to operate based on consensus.
Commissioner Turner, are you going to
Yes.
speak to this? Okay.
Yes. Yes, thank you. It's exactly the point I want to speak to. I am pushing towards that, and I know that that's a rub. And I guess where we need to just kind of name is that we've had some avoidance of trying to create a district that seems so long and distant and all of that. But anytime you're talking about sparsely populated areas, and our first criteria being equal population, keeping in mind that we're trying to create districts where people will have the ability to elect a candidate of their choice, somebody that's going to champion their shared concerns. It's going to be long, it's going to be far, and so absolutely, that's what I'm saying, Commissioner Sadwani, is that I think we should be building it in a way that makes sense for those that can elect candidates of their choice. And that will include distance because of the sparse population.
Commissioner Anderson.
Yeah, thank you for that. I would say in this area, you can't get there if you just go to the ridge line. You can't get there. The population isn't big enough. You can go all the way up to Oregon. You're not going to get there. And Inyo and Mono, most things they were saying, including with people from Mariposa, Tuolumne, is Mariposa, Tuolumne, Calaveras, Amador, going into El Dorado. But again, it's the issue of here you run into Sacramento areas, going up north. But then the other issue is at the north, you got to come down too. So that's why we kind of need to look at this all at one, which I was saying earlier. Do the north and the edges, and that'll kind of really sort of help things figure out where we can and cannot go, as opposed to trying to. But I think we need those counties. You can't just go. You need the foothills, and those are that's the gold country. That's what they're all about. There's very little of the valley in there, except Madera certainly has a lot of valley. Fresno has a lot of valley, and so I would say going up. I think it's El Dorado, Placer. It's Sierra Nevada always want to be together. Placer, El Dorado always want to be together. And then, but you have the whole north area, Tehama. Where does it go? Does it go north? Does it go with Butte, Glen, Colusa, Yuba, Sutter? Those are the areas that I would look at that combination and play with it a little bit, either way.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. Commissioner Kutagawa, then Fernandez for Nashari.
Yeah, I would support going further north. And if the I'm not sure who's controlling the map. If you could just go a little bit, I don't know, scroll down, scroll up, depending. Just closer to the Oregon border, so we could see a little bit more of the farther north counties. Okay, thank you. So yeah, I would absolutely agree going further north. I'm also thinking kind of along the lines of, I think this is where Commissioner Anderson was going. We're also looking at, for example, Siskiyou, the possibility of reconfiguring Siskiyou to keep the Klamath tribe together. So that may also kind of change things up for there. It may then be possible looking at, I know that Yuba, Butte, Sutter, Colusa, Glen, Tehama wanted to stay together, maybe for population needs. That also means adding in Shasta, part of Siskiyou, or depending on how far up north we need to go for this Sierra district. It could be a part of Shasta, a part of Lassen, because it includes the national forest. I know that there's going to be, some unhappy people about that too, but, just kind of maybe using that as our logic for that part. I know that area all feel that they have a lot in common in terms of the kind of agriculture and ranching. That's what I was hearing and reading in terms of those areas, but I'm just wondering if maybe that may be a possibility. Just like we have a very long coastal district, it just means that we'll have a very long mountainous eastern edge district. And it seems like a lot of them, besides, as Commissioner Sadwani had mentioned, the recreation as a commonality. One of the things that I had heard and read in terms of both the comments and the written comments is having to leave the state to come back into the state, having to go into, for example, Reno or into Nevada to get healthcare. That also struck me as well too, because going to the west was not really an option. They had to go to the east, and so it seems like those are also some other kind of common kind of challenges that those who live along the California-Nevada border are also grappling with as well too. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez, then Fornashari.
Okay, thank you. The reason I was considering, or I would recommend starting at Inyo is because if you start at the north, Placer County has 400,000. So if you start at the north and go down, my fear was that Inyo is going to be put in with some inland communities. So I was trying to keep Inyo with that whole forest piece of it. So that's why I was recommending going from Inyo, moving up, and then once you get to the population, then you start with a new district. So that's, if you go the other way around, you're going to get to your numbers fairly quick once you get to Placer.
So let's go to Commissioner Fornashari. I feel the conflict that he was feeling, being conflicted. So let's see if he unconflicted himself.
No, I didn't. I mean, we heard a lot from Placer and El Dorado and Nevada that they're east-west counties, not north-south counties. That they, when we drew the district that we're talking about now, we get tons of feedback from those counties that they didn't like it. You know, I'll just touch on the Siskiyou County thing. We did that, and we didn't like it. And so, you know, we're talking about doing it again. We got a lot of feedback the other way. So I guess I'm just highlighting that we have a lot of conflicting COI input that we're going to have to work through. But I'll just circle back to what I said before. We got to get those VRA districts figured out because, for instance, you know, Fresno in the assembly, the northeast side of Fresno is sort of an island out there unto itself. And where is it going to go? Right? It's got to pick up a lot of population to make a district. So how do we do that? You know, so we have to consider it all in context.
Thank you. Yes, and the VRA districts are certainly going to impact the infrastructure of the whole state. And Commissioner Sidwani, your comment?
Completely agree that the VRA districts impact the architecture of the whole state. So I'm looking at this just from an exercise of us discussing this area. And what I'm seeing is that we're not coming to any agreement. And it's not clear to me yet what the priority would be. Is the priority to create that north-south district? Or is that a shared priority of the commission? Or is it to keep some of these northern counties, Placer, El Dorado, for example, whole or moving east-west? And I want to raise that, right? Because I think this is the kind of mentality that we now need to have. Which one are we prioritizing and are we going to move forward with? I also just want to note the amount of time we've spent just on this one conversation, right? We haven't even begun to talk about, for example, Simi Valley, Santa Clarita, or Santa Ana, or any of these places where we've had differing testimonies. And so I would very much want to just, I know people don't like it, but in the beginning of this hour, we each took 2 minutes. It was hard, and we had to force ourselves to rein ourselves in. But I think it's something that we should think about moving forward, to have a little bit of self-control there, or forced control, if you will, so that we can keep our conversations moving. So I offer that as something for the commission to consider.
Thank you. Any other reflection from the exercise? Commissioner Anderson?
One reflection is numbers. We say, hey, about this and this and this. You know, Placer has 401,000 people. So we start adding, and then El Dorado has 191. So too big for an assembly district. Those kind of help resolve can't do that very quickly. And I think we should a little bit more like that, which I think was in the document. Try to bring up ideas of how about putting this and this and this together, and those do create a district. And then how does it affect everything else around it, though? You can't just, everyone gave us lovely, beautiful districts in isolation, and we had to put them all together. And I think some numbers will help us do some of that. So I just thought we'd try to, with our documents and our reference guide, help ourselves with that.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. Commissioner Sinai, Turner, then Vasquez.
Thank you. Building on that, I would argue that, well, my thought, for me, it wasn't so much putting the whole county, but putting a region together. Tulare, Truckee, South Tahoe, North Tahoe, and then building from there is what I said. And so I think sometimes I was trying to look at, hey, this is the anchor, and then let's build from there. And I feel like we don't do that often enough. We just talk about big, huge regions, and we're past that now. That was something we did in our first visualizations. Now it's time to say, okay, how are we anchoring, and then move it from there. So in the valley part, if it's, are we anchoring it with Tehama, Glen, Butte, Colusa, no, not that valley, the other valley, sorry. Are we Yuba, Sutter, is that our anchor? And then we add to that. We need to start being specific about what's our anchor and then what are we adding. Yes, the community is going to hate hearing that they're an add-on or they're not part of the anchor. But you know what? That's what we're doing in our heads, but we're not verbalizing it and sharing it with each other.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai. Commissioner Turner.
And I think similar to what Commissioner Sinai said, I saw it as an anchor in Inyo moving up, not to have to take an entirety of Placer or any of the areas that were larger, but stopping with the needed population. So there would be splits, but it would allow then the mountainous communities to be whole. And I think we can get to the population if we go Inyo, Manyo, and then stop wherever we need to.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner. Commissioner Vasquez.
I really appreciate the exercise and Commissioner Sadwani for you sort of synthesizing, I think, my inner dialogue about this exercise. And for me, we have got to spend this kind of time on the VRA districts, which we have absolutely avoided. And I think by necessity, it will force us to create these anchors in the VRA districts, which I think nearly all of us have expressed to some degree or another that yes, we're legally obligated to, so let's get those right and figure those out. But they are going to require us to do these kinds of conversations, but with a purpose. And I think if we can do that, and if we can buckle down and have these conversations about the really politically contentious areas in the Central Valley, in LA, in San Diego, in the Bay, then those are going to be our anchors. And again, by virtue of just time, I think we're going to have more productive conversations about non-VRA regions of the state, because we'll have our anchors throughout the state in these VRA districts. And so we just haven't spent nearly enough time, honestly, in LA that we really should to, and we need to. So I'm looking forward to this kind of conversation and making commitments, hearing some proposals, and getting consensus and moving forward with those in our VRA districts across the state.
Thank you. And that's the goal for tomorrow. Commissioner Taylor?
Yeah, just to build upon what Commissioner Sinai said, Commissioner Vasquez said, I couldn't stress enough, at least for my mind, the concept of the anchors. As long as, or as we've been presenting, I think we've all had different anchor points. We will never get to a consensus if we don't have a shared vision or a shared agreement on some sort of anchor point. We're going to see the whole map through a different lens. And we have to get to a point where we're sharing some concept, something that we all hold, that we can build upon. And I think that would propel us forward.
Thank you. So tomorrow we will be starting with Los Angeles, with the VRA district in Los Angeles, specified in the run of show for tomorrow and in the schedule. So hopefully everyone will have a chance to come with their thought process on these VRA districts in specific, but also other areas that we'll be looking at tomorrow, and be ready to have a thoughtful conversation about prioritization, the anchors that will anchor these districts, focused on the VRA areas, but certainly areas around it as well, so that we can move this conversation along faster. We have many districts to go through tomorrow. We spent about an hour on Inyo County up north, and so we won't have. We'll just need to figure out. Once we get used to this and we get a hang of this, I think it'll go faster. But we do need to make sure that we get through all of the areas that we need to get through, and so we'll be imposing time limits as appropriate to make sure that we get through the agenda and have appropriate discussion as well. Any other comments before we go to public comment? It's the end of the day for today, and I know some of us still have homework to do. Commissioner Turner, is your hand up? Oh. I'm just imagining it. End of the day. All right, seeing no hands raised, we will go to public comment, general public comment. Please, Katie, if you could read the instruction.
Absolutely, Chair. In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the commissioners will be taking public comment by phone. To call in, dial the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. It is 877-853-5247. When prompted to enter the meeting ID number provided on the live stream feed, it is 839-6109-6845 for this meeting. When prompted to enter a participant ID, simply press the pound key. Once you have dialed in, you will be placed in a queue. To indicate you wish to comment, please press *9. This will raise your hand for the moderator. When it is your turn to speak, you will hear a message that says the host would like you to talk and to press *6 to speak. If you would like to give your name, please state and spell it for the record. You are not required to provide your name to give public comment. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. Once you are waiting in the queue, be alert for when it is your turn to speak. And again, please turn down the live stream volume. There'll be a 2-minute public comment period with a warning at 30 seconds and 15 seconds remaining. And we will be starting off our evening with caller 1302. And up next after that will be caller 3241. Caller 1302, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. Caller 1302, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. Caller 1302, I do apologize. There may be some type of connectivity. Oh, no, there you go. The floor is yours.
Okay. I wanted to uplift the need to reach a general consensus among commissioners before implementing a change, that all commissioners have a chance to be heard, and each individual should be able to suggest changes before any one commissioner makes multiple changes. Watching your November line drawing that balance was something often lacking. One commissioner would often dominate the conversation, usually the commissioner from that area. Difference to the home team may have been helpful early on, but it is time to move beyond that. I encourage you to not only embrace these policies, but the principle behind them. All 14 of you are going to have to vote for all 176 districts. All your voices have to be heard for every part of every plan. If there is a line you support, you have to be willing to speak up for it, even if the local commissioner opposes. If there is a line where you are from that you oppose, you have to be willing to recognize the will of the body if it is clear the rest of the commission supports. You are commissioners of the California Citizens Redistricting Commission, not Los Angeles, not San Joaquin, not San Diego, not Alameda, California. I thank you all for your
30
hard
seconds.
work on behalf of our state.
Thank you.
Right now, we'll have caller 3241. And up next after that will be caller 9194. Caller 3241, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute.
Can you hear me?
We sure can. The floor is yours.
Hi there. I just want to say that when you redistrict the area in Orange County, like to the coastline, that you should make sure it's just from Seal Beach to San Clemente, because it just makes sense that way. Like right now with Dana Point being part of San Diego, they don't get much representation, and so their voices are drowned out by the district being mostly centered in San Diego. So they should come up and be part of an Orange County district. And also keeping inland cities out is a good idea too, because they have nothing in common with our area, with our coastal communities. And then also keeping it out of LA, because LA and Orange County are like almost two different worlds. And so I think just an Orange County district, a coastal district, will make the most sense. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 9194. And up next after that will be caller 5428. Caller 9194, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. Okay, they hung up. We will be going to caller 5428, and up next after that will be caller 5546. Caller 5428, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Commissioners, I have been watching your hearings for several months and have followed visualizations to preliminary maps. You have worked toward your population goals and less than 1% deviation in congressional districts. When you found that you had reached those goals, you moved on. No one ever asked, did we fix that problem? Did we create additional problems? You must be willing to go back and fix the unintended problems. The Northern Contra Costa map is one of those congressional districts. Albany is small Alameda County incorporated area is included with Richmond and Contra Costa and Vallejo and Solano counties, 200,000 plus people cities, both with great needs. You must be willing to go back to a previous idea that may be better. It is hard to admit you need to reconsider, but we are running out of time. The public needs to comment on any changes. There will be additional time to comment in 10 years, but the final maps are just that, final. Please consider the North Contra Costa Congressional District for changes that will be better for the residents. And thank you for teaching the best postgraduate course in geography and government that I have ever taken.
Thank you.
And right now we will have caller 5546. And up next after that will be caller 3023. Caller 5546, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Juanita Salas. I've called in several times before about empowering the Latino community in the Coachella Valley. First, I recommend you begin each day with the discussion of the Voting Rights Act for the plan and the region being discussed that day. If that is done in closed session, it is no longer acceptable to deny the public a substantive report. Sorry about that. Back from your closed sessions, you should publicly report back on the VRA obligations, goals, and options you want to explore. Those three are all different. An obligation is a floor established by the VRA. There is an obligation to draw X districts in Y region. There is not an obligation in Z region. So any majority minority districts should be drawn based on other criteria. A goal is something you want to pursue to further the purpose of the act. While District X is compliant, we would like to boost the CVAP for Group Y to maximize their opportunity to elect. An option involves trade-offs between the VRA and other criteria. We would like to keep exploring and keeping Community X whole while still drawing VRA compliant District Y, recognizing if not the VRA is the higher priority criterion. That simple report will help focus commission debate and discussion. Just wanted to make sure that you know that lawyers will always say, don't tell anyone anything ever. But this is not the VRA Council Redistricting Commission. This is the Citizens Redistricting Commission.
Thank you.
Right now we'll have caller 3023, and up next after that will be caller 0313. Caller 3023, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioners. Good evening. Hello, I'm a resident of Yorba Linda, and I'm calling to thank the Commission for keeping our communities with Anaheim Hills and East Orange in the congressional draft maps. I think that this properly reflects our communities and our interests because these are areas that make sense in one congressional district. I do think so that we need to reconsider separating Yorba Linda from cities like Brea and North Fullerton. We are currently placed in an inland Orange County, but we are separated right now from Brea and North Fullerton. Cities like Brea and North Fullerton have so much in common, both culturally, racially, geographically, community-wise, with Yorba Linda, Anaheim Hills, and East Orange. So I would ask the Commission to please keep us all into one congressional district. Thank you.
Thank you.
And right now we will have caller 8514, and up next after that will be caller 6638. Caller 8514, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. And one more time, caller 8514, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. Oh, they hung up too. All righty. Right now we'll have caller 6638, and up next after that will be caller 6089. Caller 6638, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours. Caller 6638, might want to double check your phone and make sure you are not on mute. Caller 6638, you are unmuted in the meeting, but we are not hearing you. Can you double check your phone and make sure you are not on mute?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. The floor is yours.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Commission, as you finish, I know you will continue to make sure under represent voices are heard. Please do not lose track of your number one goal, to draw fair lines for all Californians. I am not arguing to draw lines for the privileged minority. To the contrary, as a Central Valley Latina, I know how minority voices are often diluted. When deciding where to draw the 26,720 people living in Sanger in Fresno County, should your priority be the 793 people who reported themselves as AAPI, or the 22,064 who reported themselves as being Latino? When deciding how to divide City of Fresno, your main goal must be drawing strong Voting Rights Act districts for a city that is 51% Latino. Other communities should be respected, but not at the expense of complying with federal law. Look at all the trees, but do not lose the forest. Otherwise, you will make the decision based on those who are loudest, just for the minority. This is true, not just in Fresno County. Should the Punjabi community be put first? In Fremont, where they are 27%, the population, yes. Latinos make up 14% of Fremont,
30
but
seconds.
the AAPI community should be your priority in the South Bay, just as Latinos should be in your priority in the Central Valley. In the Sacramento area, drawing Elk Grove to Placer based on Asian Indians who make up 5% and 2% of the population is not respected at all. It is getting lost in the forest. Yes, listen to testimony, but at the end of the day, trust the map.
Thank you for your comments.
And right now we will have caller 6089, and up next after that will be caller 0313. Caller 6089, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
I will be quick, as I know you have a lot on your agenda. I just wanted to commend and support the regional approach on your December schedule. The draft maps division between Northern and Southern California seems to make a lot of sense. So alternating days between the two makes a lot of sense. What is north should be north, and what is south should be south. Those decisions seem to be largely settled. Meanwhile, in Southern California, it seems like there are a lot of interaction between San Bernardino, Orange County, and Los Angeles, particularly with San Gabriel Valley and the gateway cities. And those impact the ability to draw the best voting right act districts possible in all three counties. So as a Latina from Southern California, I support treating them holistically rather than separately. You want to make sure you draw strong representative districts for each, but you also need to recognize how they interact to ensure you are drawing all the opportunities for Latinos the law requires. Thank you for your hard work and good luck.
Thank you.
And right now we will have caller 0313, and up next after that will be caller 8514. As a retry, but you called back. Caller 0313, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. I wanted to speak today from Fresno County. I wanted to address some of the testimony that I know you guys have received, largely from Kern County, regarding Kern County and Fresno County not being in one district. And I know that there are multiple elected officials trying to gerrymander and sway public testimony in their favor. And I want you guys to all be aware that right now your draft maps have State Senator Andreas Borges and State Senator Shannon Grove in one district, and you have Congressman Devin Nunes and Congressman Kevin McCarthy in one district. The attempts to separate Fresno County and Kern County in state senate and congressional districts is a partisan attempt to create two separate congressional Republican and two separate Senate Republican districts. This is not going to help our community here, because we need districts that prioritize our VRA communities, our Latino communities, and I know this can be accomplished while having Fresno and Kern in one district. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments.
And right now we will have a retry for caller 8514.
And then up next after that, I would like to give caller 1396 an opportunity. You have not chose to raise your hand. If you would like to do so, please press *9. But either way, we will be giving you an opportunity. Oh, there's a hand. Perfect. Caller 8514, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Thank you for the redo. I am from Yolo County and want to thank you for considering each of the 3 plans independently. Specifically, the Commission should reject the idea of just nesting the Senate plan to save time for the other plans. Yolo County demonstrated why nesting is the lowest ranked criterion. There are fair arguments on both sides on where to put West Sacramento. I think it would be a good balance if West Sacramento was with Sacramento in at least one plan and with Yolo in at least one plan. At times, smaller counties like Yolo, Solano, and Napa may have to be split. To me, splitting Yolo to put West Sacramento with Sacramento makes the most sense for the assembly plan. However, in your draft Senate plan, all 3 of these counties are kept whole within the same district because you didn't nest. If you had nested the Senate district, Yolo would have been split a second time, or the entire county would have been pulled into Sacramento. In general, you should nest more than the last commission did. Nesting seems to be a good idea in plenty of places, but not all. For example, just to the south of Yolo, there are an odd number of assembly districts in the Bay Area. Nesting could unnecessarily throw together 2 very different assembly districts. Please take your time in drawing the Senate plan. See where it lines up with your assembly plan, make conforming changes where appropriate, and ensure each plan can stand on its own merits. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right now, we will have caller 1396. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. One more time. Oh, there you go. The floor is yours.
Hi, I've called before, and I first want to thank all of you so much for your tireless public service. I really appreciate it. I'm calling tonight about your proposed schedule, which I generally support but have 3 suggested amendments. First of all, your proposed schedule emphasizes the opportunities for live line drawing, but it doesn't include time to reflect on the weeks of comments you've received. Overall, I suggest that you build in some cushion to provide more time to review the valid feedback you've heard in the past weeks and about the consequences of the maps you've drawn. The proposed schedule focuses on the forward-facing process, that is, what do we draw tomorrow? But it excludes looking back, which would be, are we happy with what we drew yesterday? First, I suggest that you change your December 6th and December 13th meetings from if needed to be definite meeting dates that would allow time to make sure you are all comfortable with the lines you've drawn and all the consequences those newly drawn lines have. If there are places where some commissioners are not comfortable and the fix is not quick, for example, when there's conflicting communities of interest testimony, those issues could go into your bucket list so you can discuss the differences and balance the priorities and resolve them in the last week. The length of those bucket list items will let you and the public know if you're heading towards finishing the redistricting on the 20th, the 21st, the 22nd, or the 23rd. Second, I recommend you also add this reflective time for the Senate plan, which could occur on December 18th. Then beginning on the 19th, you could resolve those bucket list items for all 3 plans, reduce congressional deviations, number the districts, handle Senate deferral. We all know the project has to be finished by end of year. This is going to be a rush to the end, but drawing the best lines possible should include reflection time rather than just live line drawing for every second until the time runs out. This means that time must be scheduled to.
Thank you.
And at this time, I'd like to ask caller, oh, never mind, they hung up. At this time, we do not have any callers. Chair?
let's wait a couple minutes to see if they call back.
Absolutely.
And then the lines will close at 8 o'clock. If we have no further calls, we will be adjourning the meeting. Commissioner Sinai?
The last caller mentioned the reflection time, and I thought we were going to do a little bit more of that. I know we did it a little bit today for just one area, but are we going, I mean, I thought that was kind of what Commissioner Turner had set us up to do this week, and then start the actual line drawing, because I think it is critical for us to have some conversations and not jump right into action. We've been reactionary, and I do feel that if we're going to get to the right place, the best place, we do need to have conversations and not just give direction.
Commissioner Sandwani?
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right. I certainly had hoped that we would have a little more time today to do that. But I think as Commissioner Vasquez kind of pointed out, or in an earlier comment, like when we start tomorrow, I think it makes a lot of sense to start with some of these conversations before we start jumping into, now change this line here, right? I think, and this is a part of like our homework is, what is our overarching goal? What are we trying to achieve? What is one, and this is what I'm synthesizing right now from all of the notes that I took is, here's all of the goals that were mentioned by various commissioners. And do we all share those goals? Are there ones that rise to the top for most of us? And so I'm going to try and get all of that prepped and ready to go for tomorrow, and perhaps use that to start us off with that conversation. And hopefully we can then dig into the maps from there. I hope that that's a reasonable way of working moving forward.
I think that's we can try this approach, and I think if we try this approach and it doesn't work, we can try other approaches, and as we go through and find what works for this commission. Commissioner Fernandez, Taylor, and then we'll take the callers that have come in.
Yes, I do agree with Commissioner Sinai, but I also felt that as we go through. When we're looking at the maps and working on the VRAs, we're also going to have the conversations there. So that's where I felt, I've got my information, and when we get to that place, then that's the time to have, because then it's actual, right? It's real. We're looking at the lines, and I thought that would be a good time to talk about it, because then we can also see the ripple effects. And so anyway, I think, yes, definitely talk about it, but hopefully when we get to that point, do the maps.
Thank you. And just a reminder to the public, the lines are closing at 8 o'clock. Commissioner Taylor?
Yeah, just real briefly, I strongly agree with the comments by Commissioner Sadwani, Commissioner Vasquez, and the caller. I do think we need to have those conversations to ground us for our approach for the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Taylor. Commissioner Kutagawa?
Yeah, I definitely agree with what the caller had suggested, and that aligned with what Commissioner Sinai and Vasquez and Sadwani had said too. I do want to perhaps ask this question from a process point of view. We also had a fairly extensive conversation about, time limits and other things like that. And I feel like reflection does take time. And I appreciated how Commissioner Sadwani did note just from the one district, the time that it took. And that, yes, we didn't necessarily come to a clear consensus, but I am just asking, are we going to reflect, or are we going to try to move through as quickly and as efficiently as possible? Because right now I'm not necessarily seeing that it's going to, I think given our style that we've established, I don't know if that's necessarily going to mean speedy. So just want to ask.
I think it's a work in progress, and I think we're going to do the conversation, and while also being efficient and having time parameters around some of this work, so that we can get through the districts that need to be all of the districts need to be drawn, but specifically the ones that we have on the agenda for tomorrow. So let's go to the call line, the queue. We have a couple lines with their hands up.
And we have caller 5820, and then up next after that will be caller 1784. And I'd like to invite caller 5566. If you do wish to give comment, please press *9. That's to raise your hand indicating you wish to give comment. Caller 5820, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Yeah, hi. I've called in the past regarding VRA districts in the Central Valley. I focused a lot of my concerns in the past on the city of Fresno, but I did want to kind of do that VRA district conversation for a little more of the North Central Valley, specifically Stanislaus County. I know there's been a lot of callers and conversation today about Stanislaus County, but again, I just did want to reiterate the fact that by being able to split up Stanislaus County, that you as a commission were able to achieve 3 VRA districts in the Central Valley, which really was a huge accomplishment and an ask of the community here. I know there is a fear from a lot of us in the Valley that some of these people calling in don't really want to maximize the number of Latino seats in the Central Valley. So again, I just wanted to reiterate, me and a lot of members of my community do support 3 VRA seats in the Central Valley. And we do urge the commission to keep a minimum of 3 seats. If you reuniting Stanislaus as one district would have a ripple effect that could marginalize Hispanics and Latinos and prevent them from selecting a candidate of their choice. We know hard decisions are going to have to be made. You can't make 100% of people happy, but we do know that this is a priority for the Central Valley, and splitting up counties to meet Voting Rights Act regulations we believe should be the priority of the Central Valley. So thank you for your time and your night, and you guys have a good day.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 1784, and then up next after that will be caller 9194. Caller 1784, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hey, Commissioners, thanks for taking the time. Wanted to make sure I got in, just snuck in, coaching high school girls basketball. So busy night, but I know you guys are busy and you're talking about everything. And I know there's been a lot of conversations about the Central Valley today, but I want to echo this last caller who called in. I think you guys have done a great job in the Central Valley, just meeting everyone's goals and listening in where I could tonight. It seems clear, and there's another caller earlier talking about, people calling in for partisan reasons and all this other stuff. And just kind of want to echo his sentiment in the sense of, I think you guys have done a fantastic job not caring who lives where, doing what. And, I know you guys are working through a process, reflection and all that is a good thing, but those of us who have been following this from front to back, we want you guys to draw the lines. That's what the voters approved several years ago, and we want you guys to do it and do it right. We don't want the courts to draw it. We don't want the legislature to draw it. We want you guys to draw it. And so I'm just calling in to say, this assembly, I know you guys got areas of concern, but for my home area in the Central Valley, I think the 3 VRA seats that you guys have fought to create down the southern part of the Central Valley is excellent. I think you've heard the communities up north, especially the ag communities, and of course Stockton and Tracy being kept whole and all this stuff. And I just want to really encourage you guys
30 seconds.
Just to continue on the path you are. I think you guys have done great work in the Central Valley, and I know there's a lot of noise, and I would imagine a lot of that noise late is partisan in nature. And I hope you guys continue to push your bipartisan efforts to draw great lines. So thanks for your work. Bye-bye.
Thank you for calling in.
And right now we will have caller 9194. And up next after that will be caller 5566, if they would choose to talk. Right now we have caller 9194. If you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
I'd like to start by saying I really like how the commission discussed focusing on anchor cities to draw maps. I think that should be done in the case with Irvine and Orange County. That being said, the coast needs to be kept together from Seal Beach to San Clemente. Irvine and Costa Mesa need to be kept together more than they then being with the coastal cities will lose their voice and care for the environment if they merge with the inland cities. The ocean habitat of interest, the Congressperson represented both people and the environment. We just stay united because of our common interests and how much they rely on the ocean for our economy and culture. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, now we will go to caller 5566. If you wish to give comment, please press star 6. The floor is yours.
I'm speaking about CD_Berry_Sunny_draft map in Alameda County and Santa Clara County. Good evening, all. I'm an active parent in the schools, a basketball coach, a student mentor, and a scout leader. It deeply concerns me about a clean environment for the kids in the community. I support the Congressional District CD_Berry_Sunny_draft map, which includes Cupertino, Sunnyvale, Fremont, and Santa Clara, Milpitas. There are 2 major large industrial facilities that create air pollution and require local, regional, and federal oversight to protect several of the communities as shown in the CD Berry Sunny draft map. The facilities are the Lay Cement plant in unincorporated Cupertino on county land and the landfill, recycling and composting operations on Newby Island that impacts Milpitas and South Fremont. I've appreciated the current Congress member has supported the activists on these issues, written letters to the Bay Area Air Quality Management District, and contacted the EPA. I would appreciate the Congress member, whoever it is, and the congressional office in future to have a dedication to the community's concern with respect to these 2 major industrial facilities. Commissioners, I thank you for your time, effort, and dedication towards the community. We really appreciate it. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. And I believe, Katie, that's all of the calls.
That is all of our callers this evening, Chair.
Excellent. So with that, we will be adjourning for the business meeting. I'm trying to remember recess, adjournment. Today is we're recessing the business meeting, and we'll be coming back tomorrow. We have a meeting to go through some of the visualizations for the Los Angeles and Southern California region. So we will see you. We're adjourning today.
Yes, because you said recess. Right?
No, I meant to say it. We're adjourning for today and coming, then we'll be meeting tomorrow at 11 a.m. Thank you so much. See you tomorrow.